Good evening, one and all. We welcome you all to the second day of 1 week international conference on occupational safety and health, food security, oceans, environment, climate change, well-being, and sustainable development 2023. Commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 75 years of independence, India's G20 presidency, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2015 to 2030 as part of awareness and campaigns. And also commemorating World Environment Day and World Ocean Day and also World Food Safety Day. In collaboration with Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing and other collaborators. So with the let's take the blessings of Almighty before we start our sessions today.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
With the blessings of Almighty, we shall continue with the second day of 1 week international conference. So today, we are commemorating Russian Language Day. Languages play an important role language being part of the communication process plays an effective role in conveying a message. Though the verbal communication comprises of 15%, most of the communication that happens is non-verbal communication that varies from 75 to 85%. So most of the communication that we as human beings or even plants, animals, insects, birds, they all communicate with their own languages. Languages play a crucial role in communication, conveying message, and also reciprocating the feedback or response or reaction based on the communication. So communication thus plays an important role, and we have these different languages. And India is a diverse country with more than 6,000 plus languages. With such a great diversity, we have a huge potential of using language as a method, as a mode, as a tool to communicate information that can accelerate sustainable development, health, well-being of the planet, as well as nature and environment. Communicating in the native language or mother tongue language has greater impact than communicating in any other language. No matter how much we study in any foreign language, we cannot dream in foreign language. No, at the end of the day, we are very good at expressing our emotions, feelings, thoughts, and we also dream in our own native language or mother language. Such an emotional connect and such a bond we share with our own language. This is not just because it is our mother language or native language. It is because of the knowledge, the vast knowledge we acquire in the process of learning. Even when the children, infants are in the womb, they hear various voices and they learn. So they keep learning different voices, identifying them and trying to associate them. So thus, mother tongue or mother language or native languages are in a better way contributing to the development of the child through communication process. That's why languages are very important, not only for that reason, but language as a tool of communication or as a method of expression. It also, language also carries cultures and tradition. If a language is lost, all the culture and traditions, rituals, and even art forms, dance forms associated with language is also lost. Not only in India, across the world, native languages are facing this crisis and they are not able to sustain. Many languages disappeared, became extinct, and many are in vulnerable situation because they are no longer used. Officially, there are very few languages, and certain languages have been taking over different other languages, and that is causing many languages to disappear. Now, whose responsibility is that to retain, to carry it forward, our rich cultures and traditions, languages? It is we as an individuals, irrespective of any language, whatever language we may be belonging to, whatever language it may be as a mother tongue language, it is our responsibility, because anyway, nowadays, most of the educational institutions, unfortunately, they are taking away. Most of the governments also, we have seen in, especially in Telugu states, we have seen Telugu medium of instructions is getting away so fast. This is an unfortunate thing that is happening. And as every citizen, whoever is, native of the language needs to respond to that and save the language. Otherwise, soon it will be out of official communication even now in many government institutions or public institutions, they are not being used. Though it is used and though the official language and even the prevalent of other languages, the population is also increasing and the diversity is also becoming more complex. And also, due to lack of commitment towards our own languages, we are losing our languages. China actively uses its language, Mandarin, and other languages. US, most of the US population, their native language is not English, it's Spanish. And in many countries, even in Russia, today, we are commemorating Russian language. Even in Russia, we see most of the people speak Russian. They also speak English. But how many of us can speak our own mother tongue language? How many of us can read and write in our own mother tongue language? How many of us studied our mother tongue, our native language, at least till high school or till +2, senior secondary, or at least till graduation? There is nothing wrong in pursuing n number of languages, because for the sake of bread and butter, for earning livelihood, we can study n number of languages. There is nothing wrong. And we always encourage, because the more languages you are equipped with, the ability also increases, the confidence also increases, and you'll be more confident that you can communicate with more people. So that's how English language has emerged. And as a fact of convenience and able to communicate across larger group of people or larger population, it is being promoted as a universal language. There is nothing wrong in learning English language, but neglecting our own languages, native languages, is not at all acceptable. That is where we are going wrong. That is where we are destroying our own languages. We are not against any language, because every language is equally important, because every language is native to some or other population. The focus is here to protect all the languages by their own communities, and also to promote the languages across the world so that it survives and thrives in the society. Thanks to the multinational corporations. In fact, today, you can see any sites also, even popular sites, shopping sites like eBay, Amazon, and various other multinational corporation sites. They offer even Indian languages also. So similarly, though Microsoft, which provides the operating system, that is Windows, also provides language packs in various Indian languages, but we still see a lot of improvement that needs to be done with the use of, in context of dictionaries, in context of vocabulary, in context of translation, in context of transliteration. More efforts needs to be put. So what we can do from our side, we can contribute by adding to the resources, to the existing resources. So that's how we are today commemorating this language, which can be a great tool, great method, great strategy to take it forward in the process of conservation, protection of earth, environment, nature. And fortunately, today we are also commemorating one of the official languages of United Nations. There are 6 official languages of the United Nations, which are Arabic, Chinese, English, French, Russian, and Spanish. So the correct interpretation and translation of these 6 languages in both spoken and written form is very important to the work of the organization, as this enables clear and concise communication on the issues of global importance. That's why our native languages also, we need to, when we need to communicate in a better way, in a clear and concise and an easily understandable way to the people, our native languages, our regional languages, our local languages play a crucial role. And this also provides a lot of educational and employment opportunities. Because take the case of United Nations itself. A delegate may speak in any official UN language. The speech is interpreted simultaneously into the other official language of the United Nations. At times, a delegate may choose to make a statement using a non-official language as well. In such cases, the delegation must provide either an interpretation or a written text of the statement in one of the official languages. Most United Nations documents are issued in all 6 official languages, requiring translation from the original document. And also, multilingualism enables communication between the United Nations, linguistically and culturally diverse member states within the meeting rooms and halls of the United Nations. By promoting tolerance, multilingualism also ensures increased participation of all member states in the organization's work, as well as greater effectiveness, better outcomes, and more involvement. In order to eliminate disparity between the use of English and the use of other 5 official languages, and to ensure the full equitable treatment of all the official languages as mandated by the UN General Assembly, the Department of Global Communications has set minimum standards for UN web multilingualism. And United Nations is one of the largest employees of language professionals. Several hundred language professionals work for the Department for General Assembly and Conference Management, DGACM, in New York, Geneva, Vienna, and Nairobi. Many more are hired by regional commissions of the United Nations in Addis Ababa, Bangkok, Beirut, and Santiago. At the United Nations, the term language professional applies to the range of specialized and interrelated occupations, mainly interpreters, translators, editors, verbatim reporters, terminologists, reference assistants, copy preparers, and proofreaders. And every language, each language, official language, has a language day that is being commemorated. The Department of Global Communications has established these language days for each of the UN 6 official languages. The purpose of UN language days is to celebrate multilingualism and cultural diversity, as is to promote equal use of all 6 official languages throughout the organization. Under the initiative, UN duty stations around the world celebrate 6 separate days, each dedicated to one of the organization's 6 official languages. So language days at the UN aim to entertain as well as to inform with the goal of increasing awareness and respect for the history, culture, and achievements of each of these 6 working languages among the United Community. So these are Arabic languages, as already I have mentioned, 5 languages, and English language. So Arabic Language Day is commemorated on 18 December every year. Chinese Language Day on 20th April every year. English Language Day, 23rd April every year. And French Language Day, 20th March every year. Russian Language Day, that is on 6th June, that is today, every year. And Spanish Language Day, which is commemorated on 23rd April every year. Since its inception in 1998, the UN website in Russian has become an integral part of the organization outreach and a means of connecting with millions of people who want to expand their knowledge of the United Nations. Every day, it is visited by about 70,000 users who view over 300,000 pages while getting acquainted with the daily life of the United Nations information materials and special terminology. The UN website strives to present available information in the most convenient, accessible, and complete format, taking into the account of interest of persons with disabilities and other categories of users. Among Russian language reference sources, the regularly updated database of Security Council membership should be specially noted. And the UN website in Russian is an integral part of the official United Nations website. The purpose of this resource is to bring information about the activities of the World Organization and the current issues discussed in it to the largest number of people in the world. This also provides up-to-date exclusive news on daily basis on the activities of the Secretary General, peacekeeping operations, and the political missions, the main bodies and agencies of the UN system. It also covers a wide range of issues: peace and security, human rights protection, climate change, nuclear disarmament, and non-proliferation, economic and social and development. And the pages of this news resource contains information about developments in the Middle East, Iraq, Afghanistan, and about the UN efforts to protect refugees, fight corruption, drug and diamond trafficking, child trafficking, and their use in armed conflicts. And treaties, declarations and conventions, United Nations essential handbooks, and all these are available in the Russian language and all the 6 official languages. And the UN website, available in 6 official languages, including Russian, is an unparalleled source of information about the United Nations and its work for peace and security, development, human rights and humanitarian assistance, and the development of international law. Also included in the UN calendar of events, agenda, schedule of meetings, documents, and online access to UN library resources and archives of material on the work of the organization. So Russian language at the United Nations. There are various sections like web services section, translation service, interpretation service, verbatim reporting service, official records editing section, section for preparing originals and proofreading, language teaching program, and Russian book club. So these are different initiatives that is taken by United Nations to promote official Russian language. And the web services section is responsible for the main website of the United Nations, including content creation and updating, information management, web design, as well as branding, accessibility for persons with disabilities, and multilingualism. The section operates in all 6 UN official languages, including Russian, and coordinates content creation in Arabic, Chinese, English, French, Russian, and Spanish. So the section strives to ensure language parity and accessibility of content for people with disabilities. The section also develops and maintains the websites of the Security Council, the General Assembly, and the principal organs, the Secretary General and the President of the General Assembly, etc., and provides coordination and assistance to the Secretariat officers in creation, strengthening, and marketing of their websites in all official languages using the latest techniques, including search engine optimization. So Russia being one of the 6 official languages of the United Nations, and it is natural that one of its main speakers in the Secretariat in the Russian Translation Service, which currently employs about 50 people, due to the importance of the documents that translators and editors of this service have to work with, they are subject to high professional requirements. An employee of the service must, in addition to his main language Russian, be fluent in the original languages, English, and one of the official languages of the UN, thoroughly knowing their grammar and style. He needs to have a broad erudition because of wide variety of documents come in for the translation, from resolutions and reports of the Security Council, the General Assembly, and other principal organs, to notes, verbals from member states on a variety of issues. Today, it is nuclear disarmament or the rights of indigenous peoples, space debris, or pelagic rift net fishing, and tomorrow it is a fight against drug trafficking, piracy, and terrorism, the problem of climate change, or the mandates and the budgets of peacekeeping operations, the situation of women, and this is by no means an exhaustive list. So that's how, the importance. Why we are talking about this is, with a single language, we can do so many things. And as we all belong to one or other native language. So it's our responsibility to preserve, conserve, and promote our own mother tongue languages, along with other language, which is essential for our education or employment. So there are various sections, as I already mentioned, so we are not getting into detail about the UN ordinance systems. And there is also a United Nations Language and Communication Skills Program, which offers courses in English, Arabic, French, Chinese, Russian, and Spanish to enhance language balance and multilingualism in the UN Secretariat. So the objective of these courses is to provide UN staff with the opportunity to learn the official languages of the organization in order to perform their professional duties at a higher level of language competence. About 160 United Nations staff and diplomats study Russian every semester. As part of regular Russian language program, 9 courses are offered from beginner to advanced level. In addition, in order to develop skills in a specific area, listening, reading, speaking, writing, a number of special courses are offered, such as reading Russian fiction, advanced stage, a workshop on translating UN documents for translators and interpreters, training with the help of media, a course for improving knowledge for students who have passed a qualifying exam in the Russian language, a workshop Russian language in cinema, and many others. The Russian language education program maintains close contacts with the United Nations Russian Book Club, where students can borrow books videos and audio cassettes, CDs, attend events organized by the club, which contribute to a deeper understanding of the Russian culture and the development of language skills. Many students travel regularly to study Russian in Moscow, St. Petersburg, and other cities in Russia. So Russian Book Club is a unique place in Russian-speaking community of the United Nations. Is occupied by the Russian Book Club, which has existed for more than 40 years. This is a forum open to anyone who speaks Russian. United Nations staff, diplomats, accredited correspondents, and their families. The club has rich collection of books, about 5,000 copies, and video materials, about 2,000 discs. Books and films are currently purchased through membership, dues, and donations. So this club also maintains close ties with the United Nations Language and Communication Skills Program, offering literature and video materials to its students. Certain classes of the program, for example, on Russian cinema, are carried out based on the club's video fund. So this club holds meetings with Russian-speaking writers and poets, public figures, athletes, and other interesting people. So over the past years, his guests were Evgeny Yevchenko and Andriy Vonsinski, Valentina Terskova, and German Tito, Mitki, Anatoly Karpov, Oksana Baul, Irina, Dmitry Baiko, and many others. So we have seen, no matter what language is, every language has similar potential, and it's our responsibility to make best use of language because it fosters the health, well-being, and sustainable development of individuals, community, society, nations, and planet at large. Even when we are communicating any matter, any topics on environment or sustainable development or pollution, for that matter, anything related to even climate change, when we use the local language or native languages, it has a greater impact in promoting the cause. So with this, we shall conclude this commemoration for the day. And then we will move on to today. We have a chief guest for the day. So today we have with us Dr. K. Tulsi Rao. He is former Deputy Conservator of Forests, AP Forest, and he is also an expert member specialist on GIB, nominated by the Honorable Supreme Court of India. Presently, Director, Global Biodiversity Solutions, former Director, Research and Extension, AP State Biodiversity Board, and also Advisor, Council for Green Revolution, Advisor, Green Alliance for Conservation of Eastern Ghats, and also Director, Environment and Governing Board Member, ANJU, Healthcare Services. Presently, he is visiting professor to NIT Warangal and Open University. And he has various publications and presentations to his credit in various international and national conferences and academic events, programs, and he has 19 years or almost more than 2 decades of field experiences related to conservation, ex situ conservation, captive breeding and zoo management, in situ conservation, protected area management, and also biodiversity research. And he also worked at various positions, and he has won various awards and honors like Green Leader Award, Earth Hero Award, Rajiv Gandhi Wildlife Conservation Award, Dr. Salim Ali National Wildlife Fellowship Award, Worldwide Fund Tiger Conservation Award, Young Scientist Award, and Bharatiya Vikas Ratan Award. And he is also principal investigator, and he has various contributions to his academic profile. So we welcome you, sir, for this international conference for your topic, Forests and Wildlife Management. You can unmute yourself. Then start your video.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Ravinder, for your nice introduction of my profile and all these things. As is being already told by Dr. Ravinder, hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Your audio is clear, video is clear.
Okay.
Please continue.
Yeah. So I have worked in the forest, wildlife, biodiversity conservation for nearly 4 decades, really, starting from 1975 onwards. Since from my training, I was in the field of forestry, wildlife and biodiversity conservation, especially, and community-related aspects also I'm very much acquainted while I was working for the tiger conservation in India's largest tiger reserve, that is called Nagarjuna Sri Tiger Reserve. Okay. Prior to that, I was working in ex situ conservation. Ex situ means conserving the rare or endangered animal species or plant species in a confined area like zoological parks, arboretums, like that. So I worked for zoological parks for 13 long years, partly in Indira Gandhi Zoological Park, Visakhapatnam, and for a brief period, I was the curator, Nehru Zoological Park, Hyderabad. After that, I was posted in the jungles of Nalamala Hills. That is the largest part of Eastern Ghats. So Eastern Ghats, you all know that is there in 5 states, starting from Orissa, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, small parts of Chhattisgarh. That's the Eastern Ghats. Unlike Western Ghats and Himalayas, Eastern Ghats are less studied. So recently, I have drafted a conservation encyclopedia for the Eastern Ghats, which have been inaugurated by no less than a person of this country, that's the President of India, ex-President of India, Dr. Pranab Mukherjee sir, subsequently inaugurated by Dr. Jairam Ramesh. So I had the privilege of drafting many management plans for the conservation of tiger reserves and also Great Indian Bustard Sanctuaries, Gundla Brahmeshwara Wildlife Sanctuary, Biodiversity Sanctuaries, and also for the coastal and marine areas, Kuringa Wildlife Sanctuary. That is the mainstreaming biodiversity conservation into production sectors like this. So while doing my activities, both in the jungle and also in ex situ conservation, I had an opportunity to learn many things from the nature, from my job and also from the nature. nature is a big laboratory. When I say the laboratory, it is not like our human laboratories. Our laboratories are very confined. It has some four walls, something like that. Even the biggest lab is not more than about 100 meters or 200 meters. That's it. But our laboratory is some hundreds and thousands of square kilometers areas. So I did all my research work in the jungles of India, especially the large part of the eastern Ghats. I had a rich experience. So today's our topic is management of wildlife in our country. I will take up some case studies in the ex situ conservation and also in situ conservation. First of all, when I first started my career, I was working in the Indira Gandhi Zoological Park. There, I had an opportunity to observe the animals at very close quarters, because animals are within reachable, not like jungles where animals are very far off and we cannot observe their behavior or psychology and any other related activities of these animals. So therefore, initial period of my service, when I was in 20s, 30s, and nearing 40s, not 40 really, 20s and 30s, I had a close access to the animals. I had an opportunity to rear the tigers, panthers, lions, even a big king cobras of about 15 to 18 meters, 18 feet long, sorry, not meters, 18 feet long. So here, when you are rearing the highly endangered animals, we should be very careful in handling while giving food. Mostly animals die in the zoological parks or in the confined habitats without giving any kind of symptoms, whether they're suffering from any kind of disease or suffering from any problem. They cannot express because they don't have the language to communicate with us. Therefore, it is the duty of a manager or a scientist who is managing the zoological park. He should walk around the zoological park, inspect every case, inspect every individual animals while they are in the night enclosures. So we always maintain a record about the health, about the diet, about unexpressed symptoms of these animals. So like that, in one situation, I'll explain you. When I first joined in the zoological parks, I was told that the young captive crocodiles, of course, there is a pair of mugger crocodiles in the zoo. The female was laying eggs, and what happened after incubation of about 62 to 70 days of incubation period, the young ones would come out, and we don't know what was happening because most of the hatching was in the night time only. So, and when we see in the next day morning, small hatchlings swimming in the waters. So they were all right. Afterward, what happened? In the zoo parks, we have the display enclosures, open enclosures, where the high walls are not visible. Either will be camouflaged with the vegetation, or in front from visiting viewing side, we'll have the moated enclosures. So, in order to maintain the depth of the moats, that means the wall will not be there in front, only the wall will be in depth. So, to some width, we'll dig the soil so that animals cannot either climb or jump from the enclosures. So therefore, what happened in the management, while doing the management, they dug the soils and put the entire soil on the top of the mound where these animals, they go for the basking in the winter days and all these things. These soils are clay soils, black cotton soils, and after rains, they become consolidated. And when the crocodile went for laying eggs, it dug the soils with its hind limbs, at times the forelimbs also, and laid the eggs and covered the soil. Upon that, it camouflaged with the leaf litter and all these things. And it was waiting, it was nest guarding for some time. So it was guarding, and it was not allowing anyone to get into the enclosure, even for feeding also. It went off feed. And animals, these crocodiles, they can go for starvation for months together at times because they have sufficient fat reserves in their body. So, and also they're the cold-blooded animals. They don't consume much meat or the food for their sustenance. So therefore, it's not a big problem for us. So after 60 days, it waited for 70 days, 80 days, and 90 days. Offsprings are not coming out. And the desperate mother left the nest and went back into the waters. So after waiting for 92 days, we have dug the nest, and when we see it to our sad, all the young ones, they hatched and died in the nest itself. They could not able to come out on their own. So then I interviewed all the attendants there. That was it was about 1 month back. I have taken charge of the zoological park there. And during my interview with my people, I could able to know that it's because of the black cotton soil that are consolidated and did not allow the young one to come out on their own. So next year, what I did, I did not change the soils. I wanted to know what is that happening during the process of hatching and how the mother takes it. It was in the 1980s, early 1980s, that is 1984. That time, not much research, wildlife research was done in the country, and not much good trainings are available. No library, no books, no literature, nothing was available as far as this wildlife is concerned. So we heard the process of hatching, some lectures when we went abroad, something like that. So meanwhile, I had a training, an international training center, that is a Central Crocodile Breeding and Training Research Institute at Hyderabad. And we had an excellent library, facilities are available. That was a Food and Agriculture Organization organized with the help of Government of India. So therefore, literature was available and all other facilities also available briefly, for a brief period. I was posted there in 1980. And this thing has happened in the very first of my career. So next year also we have waited. The mother went there and laid eggs, and it was waiting and not allowing any intruder to get into that. After some time, 60 days over, 70 days over, about 75 days over. Yeah, now it's the time is right. It has ripened. So mother crocodile, it went off from the nesting site, and it was closely observing what is happening. So very carefully, I got into the enclosure, went close to the nest, and lightly I opened the nest. To my surprise, there is a lace of roots of the bamboo. See, the bamboo has got the adventitious root system. It creeps underneath like a lace and covers the entire soil. So I cut it with the scissors and opened the nest and opened to the and exposed to the skies. Mother was closely observing. So it was observing for the next 4 hours. I opened it at 2 p.m. in the daytime. After 4 hours, that is around 6 o'clock, it was just observing, and at around 7 o'clock, it was trying to find out what is that happening there. So I waited for such a long time at the nest site, very close. I was very impatient. I simply opened the upper soil and took an egg in my hand. And as soon as I opened the nest and kept the egg in my hand, and the young one inside the egg with its carunculum pierced through the eggshell, and it has come out. When it is coming out, what happens? It makes a sound. That sound is a characteristic sound to induce a kind of vibrations in other eggs too for hatching. On listening the sound of this young one, the mother crocodile crawled towards me to attack. So of course, I took a lot of care, and immediately I climbed onto the wall, and mother had come there, and it was waiting until the young ones come out on their own. It is not assisting. Again, after some time, I have driven it. I have opened other layers even closely, and one after other, they started hatching. Then I allowed the mother to come close to it. As and when an egg hatched, it used to take it in its mouth and went to the waters and release it there. If people see and take photograph, normally people think that the crocodile mother is eating its young ones. It is not so. And after taking about 12 eggs after hatching, it took the young ones into the water, and other remaining eggs are not hatching. Then, keeping its heads in slanting, and took the eggs into its mouth and wobbled them between the jaws, and the young ones got hatched in the mouth and took it to the waters and protected it. Actually, that's how the first time in India, I had the opportunity to observe the entire process of the breeding and hatching. Breeding means right from the mating, right from the courtship, right from the mating in the waters. And I have taken the photographs. Recently, I have published long back also in 1980s itself. But in one premier, if you are aware of that magazine, that is a retired Forest Officers Association magazine published at Hyderabad. It is available. The digital copy is also available. It is published there. So like that, the management interventions are very much needed for the wildlife management. There is one case. In another case, so while doing so, what happened? This is called inducing parental care in mugger crocodiles. After my work, the similar work, not the inducing, some work has been done elsewhere in the country and other sites also, other places also. And after that, my people used to take them out for better management under a few sponsored programs. Prior to my join in this zoological park, so most of these animals used to die because of hunchback disease. Hunch means it's a hunchback, a covered bag of vertebrae. And when I investigated the origin of the cause of the disease, it was not really known because there was no research in the country that time. So then I went back to my institute. There is one book on biochemistry of Nile crocodiles, I think so, or alligators. There is a book from the library. I took it. I had studied the biochemistry of the crocodiles, came back, and I took my crocodiles, both healthy one and also diseased one, to the King George Hospital. That is the biggest hospital for 3 to 4 districts of Andhra Pradesh. They basically belong to the state of Andhra Pradesh, the combined state of Andhra Pradesh. Now it is divided into state of Andhra Pradesh and also Telangana. So I took the hospital. I convinced the doctors there for allowing us to investigate the root cause of the problem. I explained because initially they were very much reluctant to give any kind of suggestion, because they saying that they were not aware of the anatomy of these animals, and physiology of this animal, and nutrition of these animals. So I have fed them with the sufficient knowledge, and I told them, kindly take the X-ray for both the healthy one and also to the diseased one. They agreed. Before you take X-rays, the healthy one it was very difficult for us to control it on the X-ray table. Somehow or other we could able to do it, and we took the X-rays, and to our surprise, we could see that the deceased one had the fracture of vertebral column, and remaining vertebrae fused together, and during respiration of the lungs, either blow and shrink. So that time, because of the mechanical action, the vertebral column was broken, and they survived for a couple of days. And when they move into the water, because of the gyration, moving round and round in the water, and go down and go down and drown the waters, and is to die. When it given for the postmortem, doctors used to say, veterinarians used to say that died of some kind of drowning, because of the drowning. That's it. They could not able to establish the root cause of the problem. Simultaneously, at the time of taking the X-ray, I also advised the doctors to take the blood samples for biochemistry, chemical studies, in which when I read for the book on the biochemistry of the crocodiles, I was also reading about the comparative anatomy and comparative physiology and comparative blood characteristics and all these things. That I have seen it, the ratio to calcium to phosphorus in the bloodstream should be 1:1.5 from calcium to phosphorus ratio, or maximum 1:2. But in this case, it is 1:8 to, and in some cases it went up to 1:16, the ratio. My goodness. And what happens now? During this particular hunchback disease, resorption takes place. Resorption means when they are young, after taking nutrition, calcium-related, phosphorus-related nutrition, from the bloodstream, layers of calcium will be deposited on the vertebral column, and it strengthens the bone system. When the calcium is much lower in the bloodstream, resorption takes place. That means the calcium from the bone system goes back into the plasma, bloodstream. So then the vertebral column, the bone system will become very pliable, and it breaks because of mechanical action. And now the root cause is known to me. And instead of going for immediate medication, because initially my doctors, they started treatment, but were not very successful, not successful at all, because that was not they could not able to find out the etiology of the issue. So now what I did, because of my exposure to the international education, and organized business FAO and all these things. And we are enriched a lot of knowledge in the institute. So I changed the diet of these animals. I have started giving the balanced diet. That I have published it now because of the paucity of time. I may not give all the information here. Whoever wants to know much about these things can read from my articles. Okay. Then, very surprising, because now I have compensated the calcium levels, equalizing the balancing the ratio of calcium to phosphorus in the nutrition by providing fish and chopped fish, prawns, eggshells, and meat, liver in a definite ratios. We could able to overcome the problem. And initially, all 100% used to die, and those survived for another 2 to 3 years. They retained the hunchback, but they did not die. And remaining other young ones, 100% they survived. See, when you are doing a management of wild animals, your common sense plays a lot, very good role, plays a good role in management. See, like health is wealth. So we need to protect the health of the animals, and a stitch in time saves 9, like that. So our management of the animals should also have be with this. It should be a sensible management. Should be a prompt management, and we need to respond to each and every kind of action or reaction of these animals. Symptomatic reaction. That's it. So that's how I used to treat all this. I never allow these animals to go for the treatment at all that time. Like that, I have many challenges in management. In one case, you all know the star tortoise. Star tortoise is an exclusive Indian animal. I also worked on the breeding. I used to work on the breeding biology of all these animals, health, nutrition, hygiene, all these things, different again, diversified activities. I used to conduct my research and all these things. So on different animal species also. So what's happening before I joined again in another case, the star tortoise, all animals, mostly the males, used to die. When I look back all the records of the veterinarian, so there all the males are dying, females are okay, not dying except 1 or 2. So this time I wanted to examine both day and night during the mating season. Mating starts after the onset of the monsoon during August and September. I was sitting very close to the next enclosure. Day and night I used to get my males there itself in the enclosure, keep watching. During nights, daytime also, they go for the mating. Mating was taking place, I observed, taken photographs. And after mating, it was moving round and round and round. We were not knowing why it was moving, dragging its hemipenis. They will have the hemipenis, moving all around, dragging in the ground, rupturing, blood oozing out, and black ants because of the rains. There are lots of black ants. Black ants, they're biting like anything. I caught hold of one big male. I removed all the ants that caught the hemipenis of the male one. And I was trying to push the hemipenis into its stomach, into its shape, but it's not going. Then suddenly it struck my mind. I just dipped into the waters. No sooner had I dipped into the water, the hemipenis has withdrawn into its sac. I was very much surprised. So what had happened, these animals, they live in the dry, hilly tracts where there's no water and all these things. So people thought that these animals, they do not need water at all because during feed, these are all, they eat succulents also, and other along with other leaves, succulent they eat. So while taking succulent plants, they get sufficient water intake. But during mating season, if they don't have the water to insert their finish, so all these things are happening. Since that year onwards, all the young ones have survived. So there again, it played a sensible thinking and a researchment of mind acted for conserving these animals. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, sir. Please continue.
No problem?
Yeah, it's perfect.
Okay. Please stop me whenever you want to stop. I don't mind. Hello? If there is any question also, you can stop me in the middle. That's not a problem.
Yes.
Yeah. So that is it. In another case, most of the times what happens now? Error. Normally humans also make lots of errors. The zoo management, our people, they are trained. But what happens now? Whenever we recruit new people, new set of people, after giving training, we entrust for apprenticeship with the senior people. So in one case, one young man was entrusted for his apprenticeship training with a senior attendant. Was working well, and what had happened? What happened? We did not know initially. Every morning, I used to go to the zoological park immediately at 6 a.m. That is the job of a zoo manager, responsible for the care of these animals. Okay. So therefore, I used to live very close to the zoo. We did not have the quarters. We did not have any other facility, nor equipment, nor literature. Nothing was available in those days. So I used to go on foot for 2 to 3 kilometers because that time the zoo was in the very far off from the city. Not much facilities are available there, close by. So buses also they did not apply close to a zoo, near to the zoo. So even if you get the bus, you'll have to walk for more than 1.5 kilometers. So I used to go to the zoo park. But luckily that day, I was, I don't know, I borrowed the scooter from my house owner. I went to the zoo. And as I was going slow in the zoo, it was still dark in the morning. It's a winter morning. And I saw some animal is sitting on the road in front, about 150 meters away from me. I stopped my scooter on the road. I was trying to imagine the border of the silhouette of the animal. And when I was imagining the silhouette, it was not a dog, it was not a pig, not a deer, but it was looking like something like a carnivore. If it were to be carnivore, which carnivore? Was it the panther? Panther was roaming outside the zoo park also, because zoo was established in the middle of the jungles and the hills, jungle hills. So we need to devise different kinds of management tricks for capturing or something like that. We did not know. We were never been trained in these aspects also. Only our common sense, we'll have to use the common sense. That's it. That time. So then I suddenly recollected Dr. Kailash Sankala's book on tigers. So the title page, I suddenly came into my mind. The sitting posture is very close to that. Then I imagined it is not the panther nor any other this thing. It definitely is a tiger. immediately I turned back my scooter back, and it was a ring road, went back, and meanwhile, the attendant, night shift attendant, who was supposed to be there near the enclosure, he was not there, he's coming opposite to me. I questioned him, where did he go? He said he went for nature's call. I asked him to sit on the back, and we went back of the enclosure, the ring road, and went close to the tiger enclosure. And the young recruitee, he was cleaning, unmindful of what was happening here. So he lifted some doors. Actually, he is supposed to open one door and close the others. That was the kind of thing. So he opened the door through which the tiger had come out, went outside, and he did not know what to do, where to go. Maybe it's thinking. And it was sitting on the road, because since it was still at daybreak, because those are the winter days, sun has not setting. So went there, and something struck in my mind. I took one of the young ones from this enclosure. I told my people, position them, one at the enclosure gate, and other man at the scooter holding the young one. And I told him what to do, the kind of rehearsal, very fast. You need to act very swiftly, otherwise we lose time and we don't know, something bad may happen to us. So I given instructions very quickly, and they should act on my word itself. They should not use their brain at all. Mechanically, they should act it. That I told them. So I went to, there was some little bush was there, not very close to the animal, not very far off to the enclosure, night case. So I stopped my scooter there and turned back. I asked my attendant to make a kind of squeeze on his muzzle, and as he did it, it moaned, growled, and the very sound of it triggered the mother to run after us. And already my scooter was on start, and we went back straight. We went to the inside the enclosure, dropped this one scooter there itself in my launch there itself, and went inside. And my attendant there, he closed the day case gate. He lifted it and closed it. We went into the day case. The animal had come back to the launch of it, and another attendant, he closed it, so that the animal is captivated inside the launch, and we could able to retrieve it back. Like that, I could able to bring it back from this thing. And in another case, lion has given birth of four young ones. In the litter, there were four. It had a very big history. It was actually second year of giving birth. The first year itself, after giving birth, it has eaten away the two young ones. And mother was very impatient, because he did not know what to do, because it is a first delivery. What happened in the jungles, they will be in groups. We call them as a pride. The group of cat family members, we call them prides. Then other female members, they will assist. They may teach as to how they should deliver and what they should do, all these things. But that is not there in the zoological parks. So, and it's not experienced also. It was segregated actually. So it had eaten, and after verifying and after contacting with the senior members of other countries through our correspondence and all these things, we came to know that that kind of things happen in the first delivery and all these things. Now this year is the second delivery, so I have taken good care. So made a wooden platform. After delivery, it should deliver on the wooden platform. Made some arrangements, put some straw on that, gunny bags and all these things, so that because it was winter season, so that the after delivery, both mother and the litter should have some warmness, and all these things are taken. And it has given birth. Before that, we used to give the pre-parturition ration, pre-delivery ration. After delivery, we also give post-parturition ration. After delivery ration, that kind of things. We made all arrangements. And we kept visit what this is going to do. So is it going to eat it or allow the animals to come? So somehow this time it was not a strain, stress. It doesn't have the stress at all, because we removed all kinds of stress kind of events. During that night, we did not allow any other animal inside this enclosure. And it was totally, we made it stress free. After delivery, it was licking the young ones. And out of 4, one was born sick. One was born sick. And it was not taking the milk from the mother. Once they start milking, mother will also have the profound joy of milking the animals too, young ones. They enjoy it, actually. So the young ones are taking milk except one. So we were observing, the mother is also not bothering about this thing. The third one, the fourth one, and only the 3 young ones are taking the milk and all. So the next morning, thinking that if any animal, carnivore animal born sick, mother will definitely eat them, because they do not want to leave any kind of signature of presence of the young ones, because it will definitely have the risk for other animals, other young ones also. That's why all cat family members, they shift the litter from place to place till they open the eyes and they could able to move freely. So what happens? So if you leave the sick one with the other animals, it will have the imprint knowledge. They have the imprint, genetical imprint. So to kill and eat away the sick animals, sick young ones. So the next morning we removed it, the young one, and started bottle feeding with liquid feeding. And we have the diet chart and all these things. With highly diluted milk, cow milk, we started giving it, putting some kind of syrups and all these things, B complex syrups and all these things. So since it's born weak, born sick, and it was gasping for inhaling oxygen, and we thought that it's going to die immediately. So we started doing different types of care and all these things. It is a very young one. We cannot administer other kinds of medications and all these things. So then after some time, after milking a few drops with that syrup pillar, and couple of days, 1 or 2 days, I started responding to our treatment. Then again started gasping for air. So then I thought it's not going to survive. I convinced my veterinarian, because he doesn't know what to do also, because it's a new cases, all these things. Because I cannot hurt the feelings of my veterinarian. And he also used to respect my knowledge and all these things. So we took the animal to the King George Hospital again, to the pediatrician. When we went there, he was very angry with us. Do you think I'm an animal doctor? Do you think I'm a cattle doctor? These were the words. No, we consoled him. No, sir, it's not like that. You're an expert. So we have consoled, and also we are so amicable and polite in our wording and all these things. We went to the head of the department and convinced him also. So he allowed for giving some suggestion. And he said the same thing. I don't know any anatomy of this thing. Don't know physiology. I don't know how it survived respond to my this thing. I advised him, sir, if a child of 1 week after delivery or within 1 week of its birth, suppose suffering from similar kinds of symptoms, how do you treat it? Please administer that kind of treatment. We will not book a case against you, because I myself is one of the authorities there to, I myself have brought these animals to you and will give it in a writing to, I told him. Then he said, we cannot administer any kind of this thing. And he advised us to buy one small granules. We went there, we bought the granules and started giving mixing with the milk. To our surprise, we are really astonished. Within a week, it stood up, got on its forelegs, and was jumping like anything. And it has put on the weight also. When it starts putting the weight, that is a good sign that this animal is going to survive, and it will be all right. And every day, we used to weigh the young ones which are there left with the mother, and we compared the weight, the growth rate of the young ones with the mother and also these ones. It is almost equal to the weight of those animals, and after some time, it has grown well, much better than the young ones with the mother, and it started. And we cannot now keep with this mother. I don't know whether mother accepts this or not, because after human touch, normal people say that the mother may not accept it. So it started growing well, became subadult, and I used to keep it very in my room itself till some weight it put on. And whoever comes to my room used to jump onto them and play with them, lick with them, and all these things. That was the kind of thing. And now it's growing, putting on weight and all these things. Now it transferred into the another case in the enclosure, because it is going to be dangerous to the young people, not children, whenever it sees it jump on them and all these things. So our aim is not to hand rear and put our signature into them. No, and one should not give our imprint into their mind, into their psychology. We want to preserve as much as their wild genes and all these things. So zoological parks, when they establish, we'll have the same thing in our mind. So we would like to preserve all wild characters of the animals. So I kept it back into the enclosure. It was growing, and it was occasionally we are mixing with the other animals too. First, we have made them to acquaint very close to neighbors, and like that, after acquaintance, they agreed this young one also. Once, what happened after a year? What happened? These animals at times, because the population has increased, and in the day enclosure, the offsprings of different mothers At times they fight with each other. Therefore, we segregate. We release some animals one day, the next day some other animals. We release them in enclosures. What happens? One of my attendant is a lazy fellow and is not that interested man normally. We do not know the attendant, the permanent attendant was supposed to be there, was on leave. And another the gentleman was posted there to take care of these animals. He wanted to go early home. So he wanted to close these animals from day case to into the night case. So while inviting into the night case, we put the beef or mutton meat for luring the animal to come into the night case. So while doing so, this animal coming close to it and going back, coming close to it, going back, is not coming inside this enclosure. Our impatient attendant, immediately as it enters its forelimbs into the night case, he shut the iron doors forcefully. And front two legs are fractured, multiple fracture. More few bones have pierced through the skin, came out, and the animal fell on the ground, and it was reported to me through wireless. I went immediately taking my ambulance, not ambulance, the tractor which we use for bringing the fodder from the dairy farm. So myself and my doctor veterinary is an influential man in the veterinary circle. He's a talkative man, a good gentleman. So he's a good friendly with me also. So we took these animals to the district veterinary hospital, and we are also friendly with those people. The head of the hospital, Dr. Pedda Somulu, he invited us and informed the thing. He was a week back, he had come from Germany after specialized training in Germany, and he has started treatment, and closely he put all the bones close to it, and with bamboo splints, he put some kind of tape and some bandage on the leg. And before taking the animal, we have given sedation. Since it was a hand-read one, and it allowed us close to it, and I took that animal onto my lap, because the tractor gives bumps, and the bumps, it gives jumps and bumps. So I did not want this animal to suffer from that. I kept it on my lap, and at my side, my attendant was also there. Because it was hand-read, it needs a kind of soothing from the rearing person. So we two were rearing that one, myself and my attendant. So we took that animal back to this thing and kept it in an enclosure, and kept a gamela, and we also put some liquid milk and all, and the medicines, antibiotics and all these things. So what happened the next day? My veterinarian, he came early in the morning only to see this animal, because he was an enthusiastic man. As he went there, this animal tried to stand up on its four legs, and that bandage was torn off. And again, we had to go back to the veterinary hospital. We got it bandaged, and this time I did not allow anyone to go close to it. What I did, in a spacious enclosure in the night room, the entire enclosure was covered with the gunny bags, and my administrative section, I have shifted it a little far off, and no one should move in that area. I kept a garden hose pipe, a long garden hose pipe, in that plate, gamela, we call it as a bowl, a big bowl close to it. And that garden hose pipe, I tied it to a big tree, and I put a funnel in that. And we used to pour milk with the medicine, antibiotics, and other syrups, all these things, into this pot, that plate. And no one should go, no one should allow, even if you have diverted the visitors' flow from away from this area, and you should not hear any human sound. So again, we kept it like that for 10 days. And we wanted to know, myself and my doctor wanted to know whether it's surviving or died. So very stealthily we went there, very stealthily, with a very soft pads to our shoes at all, very stealthily. And on smelling, maybe by sound, I don't know what kind of thing, it stood up on its four limbs. We were surprised. It came close to the grills and was putting four limbs through it for grooming. So we did not allow it there. We started grooming on its back, on its head, underneath. It was very comfortable. I was very much surprised. Very much surprised. It was a natural healing. Nature has got astounding kind of healing mechanisms if you allow it to the nature. Nature is a clue. Nature is a big scientist. Nature is a master doctors, therapists, something like that. You may ask me a question as to how I guessed this thing. Before that, what has happened? We did not know what to do with this animal. Continuously, it is losing its bandage and all these things. We invited a team of veterinarians to advise us as to how it should be protected. And they had come, visited by the time, because multiple fracture and many times the bandage was torn away and the skin is peeling off and smell is coming out from putrefaction started and all these things. So they advised us, me and my veterinarian, Dr. Saab, please go for the euthanasia. Euthanasia means mercy killing. I did not agree because it was hand raped. We have a lot of attachment. We have a lot of attachment with the animal. I wanted it to die on its own, not by the mercy killing. I did not agree for it. Then they said, against medical advice, if you want to go, go. Yes. Anyhow, it's going to die. Let me experiment. See, what happens now? When you are sincere in your thoughts, and if your approach is sincere, I think you'll definitely connect with the nature. Nature is, again, a divine, and a lot of things are there. Suddenly it struck to my mind. A couple of weeks back, we received a specimen, that is a fishing cat, broken its legs, from young people when they're playing cricket very close to the saline bushes, close to the seashore and aquatic farms. So while they're playing, suddenly it had come out and plunged on the one or two people. Immediately they hit with their cricket bat, and two legs were fractured. Those people somehow or other they tied it in a box and brought this animal to the zoo. Again, immediately I created a small a small wooden box for it, and it did not allow us for any kind of treatment. I kept a small dish inside, and that box was, I made one hole in the top to drop the meat from back from the top, and again a tube, small narrow tube, to put the milk and medicines in that, and left it like that, and closed the box a little away from our disturbance. I kept it inside my room itself. So after a week, it was jumping like. From that, I got the clue. So once you leave these animals on their own, they get healed. In the jungles, in the forest, they don't have the doctors. They never see a doctor like us. We, after all, human beings, having a body size of, for an average, 5 feet height, 2 feet wide, 10 square feet area, we have from the top to bottom, from head to nail, and from head to toe, we have more than 110 specialists, neurophysician, neurosurgeon, ophthalmologist, ENT specialist, whatnot. Like 110 plus specialists are there. But who treats these animals? They are more than our populations, human populations. But they never see the. But what kind of arrangement is there in the nature? This is the kind of thing. See, I encourage all the youth of this country should have should inventarize the kind of clues in the nature by virtue of your intelligence. See, now we are going for the artificial intelligence, AI. Your brain is a master computer. It has hundred, not hundreds, thousands of computers capacity. It has got, and we can retain memory also. So, and if you are very sincere at your thoughts, definitely will get the clues. That's how that really played a clue. It has given me a clue, and I love this line also. Got cured, and it lived for its fullest length of life, and it was very happy, like that. In another case, I don't know whether you are enjoying it or not. If you want me to stop for some time, some leisure.
So it's very interesting, to listen to you. If you need, you can take a break and continue.
No, thank you. I can at a stretch, I can talk for 24 hours or 48 hours.
We are very fortunate for that. Please continue, sir.
Thank you.
As per your convenience.
Thank you. So, in another case, because our zoo was in the inception, not inception because my boss was the conservator of forests. He was a wildlife expert in the sense designing the zoo parks, not about the animal psychology, because he was also a learning thing, but he was the only one person of wildlife specialist in that time in the state. Okay, so whatever wildlife things are there, he was left, that subject was left to him. He was a strong conservationist. He did not allow us to go for the modern kind of equipment. We did not have the privilege of having the tranquilizing equipment with us. No pistols, because in Hyderabad Zoo we used to have, but he never allowed his veterinarian to give the equipment to us. Nor he allowed those people also use those equipment. As per the norms, zoo should possess these things. For showing, he allowed to possess, but he never allowed them to use it because he thinks that these people are not in a position to handle those things. Neither he sent them to the training for abroad for learning and all these things. In those days, funds were not very meager, so all these things. What happened one day? our elephant donated by the temple, because it was creating creating a kind of disturbance. It turned into a mischievous one, very mischievous one. And at times it is not allowing the mahout. We thought that it was mischievous. The animal was not really mischievous. The mahout was the mischievous man. He used to make the animal to beg for the money from the visitors. At times he used to harass when we are not there. So, and one fine day, on the answer, prior to the summer, it developed mast. Is a male elephant, he elephant. So developed mast. Mast means oozing a kind of secretion from its temporal glands, from its temple here, from temporal glands. So whenever that is called mast. During mast period, animal becomes very restless, and see, it is we can compare with what do we say after menstruation, what we stopping of menstruation period, post menstruation period, something like that, no?
Menopause.
Menopause, yes. Menopause, women, they suffer a lot, both psychological and physiological. That kind of unrest it has, but it's a big animal, okay, big animal. And so now it took the opportunity to take revenge on the mahout. So first of all, it did not allow the animal. It has kicked him with his trunk. Luckily, the tip of trunk stuck to him, not the entire trunk. Had it been the trunk, he could have been killed by that self. Then and there itself. So luckily was, and he knows that during must he should be very careful. That's why he was very careful while approaching it. So what happened? It is not allowing even for feeding also. So without water during summer, the animal will not survive. It needs profuse water for drinking. And we have given water with a long hose pipe, and we have thrown the newly purchased long, about 100 meters long, 100 feet long hose pipe, and we opened the nala and started feeding with that. And after drinking profusely, after taking bath, it used to break. Every day we used to buy new hose pipe, not allowing. What happened? There was a transformer close to this animal. We wanted to protect the animal from the heat of the sun, from the hot sun. We made a big pandal with casuarina poles and a thatch, palmyra thatch, a pandal, very big pandal. What has happened? It started breaking the pandal. Pandal was collapsed and breaking the casuarina poles, and started throwing all this thing against the mahout and the visitors. We stopped the visitors going before about 100 meters away from the animal, and we did not allow anyone close by. And even it did not allow us. And so what happened one day, the transformer got burst, and the flames started. There was a thatched house of the mahout. It lit fire, and the broken pendal is very close to it, and this animal is not allowing us to remove that debris. And I was very much scared. I immediately alerted and sent the visitors out and none should will be allowed inside, and immediately send message, SOS message to the police immediately, and it takes some time, and also send message to the fire station, and it takes some time, and the animal is trying to pull the chains. Already 3 legs are loosened, only 1 leg is still that chain link tied, chain link was still it is attached, and there is a knife to the chain link mess, it cutting into its muscles, and at any moment it might come out. So there is no safety. Once it is let loose and goes into the city and may kill whosoever comes in its way. That is the kind of thing. So immediately I summoned all my attendants. I don't know how it stuck to my mind. Again, I asked people to cut the bamboo bush close to it, and asked these people to sharpen at one side, the bottom side, while the animal is looking at these things. So I made the animal to look at this thing while sharpening. And I drew a line, 2 lines. One line is far off, other line is not very close to the animal, but little closer, not within the reach. And we used to, that is a little closer to the animal. I instructed my all attendants, about 20 attendants, they should hold the bamboo, sharpened bamboo, raising their hands as if they are going for hunting, that kind of posture. So then these people, so, and on my whistle, myself and my mahout, he was holding the knife in his hand. So that will be very useful in the next, I will tell you, direct this thing. So on my command of whistle, everyone should run fast to the line close to the animal, raising a voice, big voice, and showing this and making the animal with a big loud sound to intimidate the animal. So while doing so, my mahout should give the instructions like ukaro, ukaro, ukaro. That means in Tamil, sit down, sit down, sit down, that kind of thing. So on seeing us with a loud noise and sticks in hand, and it has damn afraid and sat down on 4 limbs, and mahout then went close to it because we were there with the sticks on the hand, and he kept the knife near here, near the jaws, and the animal surrendered. The other mahouts, they tied the legs of the animal to the embedded hooks, iron hooks, and profusely we watered it, and we fed the animal with the pith of the banana plants, because it cools down the body of, and also we gave the ragi, I don't know, ragi balls with jaggery mixed and all these things. We kept close, and we fed that animal sufficiently, and along with the mahout, the handler, and I kept another mahout also to control not the animal, to control this mischievous fellow, mischievous mahout. Okay. That's how we could able to avert, and we removed the debris in front, and that started, spreading into the pandal. And had it not been done this kind of exercise, I think the animal could have been either burnt alive or could have been escaped and killed many people. That's how we could able to make it survive and conserve it, protect the animal from that, for which we need to have, at times we need to take some kind of risk. We should not bother for life. See, when you're going to when you are going to protect endangered animals, or when you are going to protect about hundreds of humans outside, I think dying for one good cause, we should take the least factor. That, of course, because we are trained in forestry, wildlife courses, and also at times we are attached to military attachment courses. I was in NCC. I was in NCC. I was in NCC. I was in NCC. I went for army attachment camps twice, and also I was while in forestry also. While in forestry also, we were attached to the army camps and all this. There we used to see the army men, and we had very good talks how they're going to risk their lives for the cause of the nation. It's also kind of sacrifice for the sake of conservation. We thought like that. In another case, one king cobra was brought by the tribals in hot summer. They captured somehow or other. It had come to their home. They nosed it and caught them and brought to the zoological park. And we did not have the enclosures to keep that animal, because as I told you, that our zoological park, it was in the inception days, the beginning days, and my conservator, he doesn't go for construction of enclosures immediately, because he was also studying what kind of enclosure should be constructed and all these things. So immediately again, I constructed a wooden enclosure, because wooden material is very much available with us. That time, the sawmill was under the control of government. Sawmill was under the control of forest department. We were at the luxury of getting a good amount of timber from this sawmill. So we used to keep them installed for emergency purposes. Immediately I got it constructed. We released the king cobra into the small enclosure, wooden enclosure with double door systems. One door with glass fitted to see that animal, other door to give feeding. What happens? King cobras, they eat only the live cobras only. They do not take any kind of food, and they do not take even the live snakes. Dead snakes. They take only the live snakes only. So I arranged some kind of arrangement, because I was born in a village. We have a big water tank, a lake kind of thing. There, the water snakes used to be available. I gave some money to the fishermen there to supply for the regular supply of the aquatic snakes, water snakes, big snakes, and they used to supply for reasonable rates. We used to feed the cobra for feeding, for food, as a food. So, like any other snake, they they mold layers. Periodically, they mold the skin, outer skin, and a new skin will come up. Okay. So what happens while molding the skin, while sloughing the skin, they rupture at their mouth. They rupture at rocks or twigs of the mouth, and they walk. They creep through the rocks, through the twigs, so that the entire this thing peel off like a bag, like a sack, and the fresh cobras, they come out like that. Here, enclosure size is very small, and whatever possible kind of habitat we could be able to create, I could create it. But large enclosure management is very difficult. Animal management is difficult for feeding and handling animal. So what happened? For every sloughing, or molting, one layer of skin used to be left on the brim of the eye. They don't have the eyelids like us. The eyes are they're quite open. So for every molting, one layer is to form on the eyelids. So layer after layer, sloughing after sloughing, it has become a big thick layer around the eyes, and the animal became blind and unable to locate it. And because of it, all physical activity has stopped, and animal did not go for feeding. It went off feed. Already more than 2 months over, it is not taking food. Animal may die at any time because if they develop, it swallows wholesome food, whole live snakes. At times we used to give a big rat snakes also. Rat snakes are very long, almost 3/4 of length of the king cobra. So it did not even take the live snakes, but whatever we had given it. Then I did not want this highly endangered specimens to die because of the struggle. So one Monday is the holiday for the zoo, in the sense for cleaning and all these things. We don't allow the visitors. So I made a special box to take the entire king cobra into the box for handling box. Oh, okay, I took the animal using my iron rod. It went inside and took the box under the a big spacious lawn area, and slowly we brought the animals onto the grass. As soon as this lid is opened and the animal is brought onto the grass, it rose up to the 4.5 feet high, spreading its hood at any moment bite us. So I already trained one or two my staff what to do while capturing this animal with the hand. So I was with the snake stick, a long snake stick. So I told them, I put the snake stick on its neck. See, there is another behavior pattern. If you put some stick on the hood, it slowly lowers down its hood onto the ground. That is the advantage for us. So using my snake stick, I kept it on its neck, and immediately it should be handled at the waist and at its back of it, and one should hold the waist trunk back of it, and one should hold the tail. Otherwise, it binds us, and no, the size of the animal is, it will not fit into our both the hands. So immediately, if you don't have that, I think it will immediately bite us. So we are prepared for it, both psychologically, mentally, and physically also. We are ready. So I was at the hood. I was captain because I was also trained with other snakes from one Anglo-Indian. He trained us. Thanks to him, he is no more. His name is Richard. He's an adventurous fellow. So I brought it. I captured at the its neck, and it was trying to squeeze out from my hand. And once, if I allow it little, it turns its jaws and bites on my fingers. So the other two of my people, they were scared to hold it, and I was really in danger. And immediately, I do not know, it stuck to my mind. I kept my left leg on its back. Immediately, I pressed it, and held with my both the hands the knife. And then they came and held it with their hands, the trunk and the tail, and slowly I lifted it I lifted its foot and held like this for some time. Could you able to see me?
Yes, sir. Please continue.
All others?
Yes, sir. It's fine.
Oh, okay. So after some time, after struggling for some time, it surrendered, and did not try to get out from us. And then I trained my veterinarian also as to how it should be handled for veterinary care, because he's also new. So I asked him to, in the beginning, before trying this operation, I asked him to be prepared with the kind of equipment I told him. So with the I asked him to come prepared with a blunt forceps. Forceps. In Telugu we call Tandasam, forceps, and veterinary forceps, and also cotton, lukewarm water kind of thing. So he was ready. He's also daring fellow, because I was holding head. So I asked him to wet the cotton in the lukewarm, very mildly lukewarm, and I asked him to nicely, very delicately apply on its eyeballs. Like that, we made it wet, something, and I was holding. I asked one of my attendant, a very skilled attendant, is very skilled. For skill was I rely upon him. I asked my doctor very politely, Doctor sir, you know his skills and all these things. Let us allow him to handle it. So I told him, so you remove layer after layer, one layer after layer, very delicately. Otherwise, it lose his eyes. Eyeball will come out. So he acted. I was advising while holding it also. I was advising one layer after another. He removed the layers from both the eyes, and we gave small cool water, applied in the cool water, and we held the animal like that. Meanwhile, we were ready with a long stomach tube, normally used in operation theaters, in the human operation theater, a rubber, small, very thin, long rubber pipe. We have made it lubricant, applied lubricants on its in the bottom. So that one, the narrower part, we made it, we push it through its esophageal system. Okay, and the real abdominate will be at the distal end of the snake. If you look at the anatomy of this animal, I studied this the anatomy of the animal before you take up this section, and for that purposefully we bought one book from the USA, one book, and that the anatomy was given there. So we kept it, and my veterinarian already masticated meat, liquefied, made it ground. We ground it with and mixed with the osteocalcium and other syrups, and made it very liquid food material. With a blunt syringe without needle, we pumped it inside and filled its stomach sufficiently. Sufficient means not fully, to third of its stomach, and we held it for some time like that, keeping its head upward side. so that it will not vomit whatever given. See, while handling, we should be very careful. If you artificially feed it, you should hold the uh, uh, head upright. Otherwise, it vomit. So I have taken care of it, and after some time, after holding it for another half an hour, slowly we drop the animal tail first, totally still till the animal was comfortable to keep the tail and entire body inside. I held it, and suddenly, because I made it very cushion with the grass and all these things inside, and suddenly I dropped its head inside and closed the lid. And I put it close to the big enclosure and released it back. It survived, and afterwards we started taking the live fish, live snakes. So there, it is not ending actually. Another biggest thing I made it was when I was the director in charge, the curator in charge of Hyderabad Zoological Park, that is a Nehru Zoological Park. I was asked to bring three big king cobras from Nandankanan Zoological Park from Orissa. And we contacted the airline people to allow these king cobras to be shifted from Bhubaneswar to the Hyderabad, but they did not agree. There is no other means of bringing this king cobra unless we travel by road. It is a very long distance, and it needs some air conditioning thing. So I must bring it by air conditioned vehicle, but by road it's not advisable. Animal will be very stressed. So ultimately, I ventured it to bring by train, by first AC. We bought the tickets of one coupe, under all 4 seats. I brought that animal without informing. Really, I'm sorry to say that I should not have done it, but I have taken enough precautions. I brought the animal to the Hyderabad Zoo. We released into the newly opened reptiliarium, herpetarium. We call it as a herpetarium, a wonderful herpetarium there. We released it. After one day, suddenly, when I was inspecting, I could see these animals were somehow, they were not fed because we could not able to get the snakes immediately. So again, I ordered for some water snakes. It took some time. As soon as we brought the water snakes and got them released inside, these water snakes, they're very smart. We put some purchased artificial wood logs inside for kind of giving a kind of impression they're in a good ecosystem. So they climbed onto the branches, and comfortably they were perching on the branches. These cobras, king cobras, moving underneath, and moving. They got some sense. They got some sensation that their food material is available. But they went through the entire enclosure, big enclosure, and could not able to find, and flickering the tongue, it's a bifid tongue, flickering and smelling, and smelling, and they lifted the head and getting some kind of chemical signals from the body of these water snakes. They got something and climbed onto the branches And these water snakes, they become very frigid. So they're not moving. So these cobras also, they're not biting. So they bite only the moving snakes. Then from the top, the top is open to the sky, but grills were there. Chicken wire grills, okay, so that the animal cannot come out and sufficiently they get sunlight, vitamin D. So from the top of it, we, by poking with the iron rod, we made that water snakes to move. As they move, immediately these both king cobras, they caught hold of one snake only. One from this its head onwards, the other from its tail onwards started swallowing. And what happens in cobras? We have the experiences that similar thing happens in ordinary cobras, naza. This is Ophiophagus hana, zoological name. So in naza, what happens when they swallow one snake from both the ends, two snakes, they swallow the other snake also. Even live cobra, the dominant one swallows. So I did not want that kind of thing. But before I could intervene, both the animals, along with this prey species, they jumped down onto the ground and they got separated. The prey species, which was swallowed, that was also on the ground. And who is to swallow it? Who is to swallow it? So they have an excellent honoring each other. Okay, that started the male started raising its hood up like this. Immediately the next other one, that was the female, that was entwining this, and it made its head upright, higher than the male one. Then male taking its trunk advantage, and it went up still further. Like that, they went up and up and up and raising their hoods until the female could not able to raise further. Then both came down, and it allowed the male to swallow it in the first, and the male swallowed it. Without they made a compromise, a kind of respecting each other, that kind of thing. See, there are many things we must learn from the nature. See, nature, as I told you in the beginning, nature is a master scientist. Master scientist. So all these kind of enjoyments, all these kind of facilities we are enjoying, the benefit, like flying with aeroplanes or using different kinds of facilities, so all we learn from the nature only. If you can open up your brain, open your eyes, all your senses, all your panchendriyas, I think will be connected with the nature, and will also be, see, getting Nobel Prize is not a very difficult thing. If one lives with the nature and once understanding the nature, I think you will get plenty of clues, plenty of solutions for these unsolved issues of the people. So that's how even Einstein got his Nobel Prize, looking at the nature. Dr. Sir C.V. Raman got his Nobel Prize by spending only 250 rupees only. Okay, so one need not be a born genius. It doesn't need to get a Nobel Prize. Doesn't need born in a rich families or doesn't need a good brain. You don't need to be a born genius. Those who are very close to the nature, those who study, are definitely, if they can apply in their respective fields, these things, I think definitely India will definitely win umpteen number of Nobel Prizes. We are not getting because of our curriculum is not really at an advantage position for us to become the Nobel laureates. Okay, so we need to have a revised, practical, nature-oriented curriculum. We cannot get umpteen number of Nobel Prizes for this country. And like that, I could able to learn many subjects, master many subjects simultaneously by mastering this conservation field. I was a mathematician. My subjects in my undergraduate level, mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Immediately after my bachelor's degree, I was fortunate to get into the job at the age of 20 years itself. Okay, so I did not have an opportunity to go for masters. I wanted to become a scientist. I got this inspiration when I was studying in my school, elementary school, higher upper primary school. I was motivated by my science teacher. He was making us to understand the experiments. I have joined in a worst school. I could not able to get a seat in a good higher school because that time my father is away in Rangoon, and I did not have elders to take me for admission. When I went for the admission, the parents of other students, they're big enough, they did not allow me to submit my application form. So there was no opportunity, there is no other chance but for me to join in the worst school. If there is a superlative for the worst, I can call it a worst test school. I was the only person, maybe one of the 5, I think, got passed out the examination, 10th class examination, out of 130 students. So somehow I got into my college, one of the wonderful colleges, really. That is, I always proudly say that's called AMAL College, Anakapalli Merchants Association Lingamurthy College. A wonderful college. That's where I nurtured my science. I have wonderful lecturers, heads of the departments. They used to come because the first Telugu medium subjects were introduced. I joined in English medium at that time, but somehow the government of Andhra Pradesh, it had the policy of starting Telugu medium in the government colleges, something like that, private colleges too. So after 6 months time, 3 months time, so we all joined in the Telugu medium to make us cope with these things. So all heads of departments to attend for physics, chemistry, zoology, mathematics, all heads. They are extraordinarily excellent teachers. So they nurture us, and because of them, I could able to become a scientist in my own fields, and I'm a self-made scientist, not processed to the institutions. Okay, so I remember for the mathematics students, in the first year of Telugu medium classes, we were introduced biology was one non-priority subject. For the biologists, mathematics is a non-mathematical subject for them. So I did not get seat in the MPC because I did not get seat we did not have composite mathematics in my high school studies. So I had to join in the BIPC, though I was interested in mathematics. But because there was a subject of mathematics for the biology, so I got very good marks. I wanted to join back into my mathematics group in my degree. I got very good marks, about 95% in mathematics too. So we approached our principal, who was fortunately a syndicate member in the Andhra University. He got us some permission, and about 5 of us joined into the mathematics groups. That's how my subjects were become mathematics, physics, chemistry. Whatever little I mastered my intermediate level, that helped in my career to become a biology scientist. Okay, but I had an advantage of mathematics, physics, chemistry in biology applications. Really, I was really fortunate in that way. So after that, when I joined in forestry service, I was posted in coffee estates. It was very hectic, this thing. I was not interested. It's a very cold country, the agencies, and we are not equipped with the warm dresses, no lighting systems, nothing. So it's a remote area in the jungles, and work is 24 hours work. Somehow that I was not interested to work in that kind of thing. I was interested in research kind of things. So I had, see, as you think sincerely, I think our opportunities definitely come to us. I was waiting to join in the wildlife courses. Suddenly, one of my colleagues, he got an opportunity for wildlife training. But he was very much reluctant. That time opting for wildlife is they used to think that only inefficient people, ineffective people only join in that kind of stream. But he was reluctant, and he asked me whether I could join it. Happily I have given my I submitted my application. So at that time when I was working there, my boss was on leave. I directly applied to my head of the department. They sent a telegram to relieve me immediately. My boss was very unhappy. He wrote back to them. He was very much interested in my work, my style of working, all this. There, but my head of the department did not agree. He is the only person volunteered to attend for this kind of training. We don't retain him the job, and he ordered him to relieve me immediately. So I got my admission in the FEO Training Institute, International Training Institute. I got trained my wildlife courses. After that, I was posted in the zoological park. After working in the zoological park for 12 long years, I got promoted as assistant conservator of forests, and I was posted in the India's. I posted as a curator in charge. Then, after working for some time, I was very much in limelight because every day news journalists used to come to the zoo and they wanted some kind of news. Every day we have excellent news because one animal or other, it gives birth, their behavior, and all these things I used to narrate them and they used to publish it. So like that, they are very much happy. And one day I received a call from my head of the department. So he was inquiring whether I was in the zoo after office hours. Around 5:30, he telephoned me. I said, I am very much available, sir. 24 hours I'm there. Even the nights also, I'm staying in the guest house within the zoo park itself. And I used to make night inspections also. Most of these animals die in the nights. So to alert the attendants, I used to move in the nights also. And I take rest in the guest house. So he said, okay, you be there, I'm coming. So I waited there. He had come, and that time I was attending some postmortem of an elephant which was died because of the air, something like that. So he came directly to a place, and he took me on his vehicle to my office, and then I asked him to sit in my chair. He did not. No, no, you must sit it. I was surprised really. When a senior comes, we often hear our chair only. And he made me to sit in my chair and sit in the visitor chair. And he slowly told me that, Baba, I would like to send you for some good training. I was very happy. Whenever I get an opportunity to get trained, I opt for it, for learning skills and all these things. As a scientist, I wanted improvement, further my knowledge. So I said, yes, sir, I'm happy. He said that, so I want to send you for eco-development training. When I was undergoing some training in wildlife management, zoo management course in Day02, in Wildlife Institute of India, and not farm by that time, only buildings were constructed. That time it was informed that this course of training is also coming up. So I thought that I must attend for this thing. I was very, very, very happy of knowing these things. But he slowly told me that after training, you must come and work in India's largest tiger reserve, that is Nagarjuna Sagar Reserve Tiger Reserve in Andhra Pradesh. I was damn displeased with that because no officer was working or not agreed to work with that particular area. And those of the Indian Forest Service officers who are made to go for this kind of training, somehow using their good offices with the secretariat, they got cancelled because after training they have to work in this tiger project area. But selectively, my head of the department, he was searching who will go for this kind of training. So one day our chief minister called our head of the department, and because the government of India sent a strong letter to the addressing the chief minister of Andhra Pradesh state. That time our chief minister was N.T. Ramarao, Nandamuri Tarak Ramarao, the chief minister. On seeing a letter from the government of India, which was sounding that they wanted to stop all centrally sponsored scheme because your Department of Forestry not responding to send the officer training for the training. He summoned our head of the department, and he was very furious. If you don't send a trainee officer for the training, he was said that you vacate the seat and let someone come and sit in yours. Then started thinking somehow or other they took the shelter of the chief secretary because it is not the fault of my head of the department. They are taking the political shelter, and people are trying. If the politics is making, my head of the department is very sincere. So he thought that he asked his staff who had got more number of trainings. He wanted to know from the rosters, and my name was sounded first. So he was like, in Telugu we call it Vetakapoyina Tiga Kaliki Tagilinatlu antaru. The creeper for which we are searching, it is already there entangling your feet. Like that. So he knows me well while I was working in Visakhapatnam Zoo. He was the conservator of forest in that area. And he came there, he asked me, and he assured. When I said that, sir, I go for the training, but don't post me there. I am very comfortable. And you know that for the last 13 years, I've been working as in the zoological park, and I mastered the subject, and my services are needed for the zoological park. No, Baba, please listen at me. Please listen at me. You will be blessed. Take my words, granted. Your destination will be definitely changed. You will be blessed. Please listen to me. Don't say no. And I was very much obliged, and I did not want to displease him at all. And while he was coming, he brought a flight ticket also to Day02. So I was late for fortnight of the training. Normally, earlier one officer, Indian Forest Service officer, when he was deputed, purposefully went late for 1 month, and he was sent back. Happily, he came back, and this time, my government has taken a special steps from my chief secretary. They telephoned the director and also secretary of Government of India, that they are deputy of secretary. I went there, and really, it has changed my destination. My first destination, while recruiting for forest officer training, that was my destination changed. While at institute, basically fundamental training institute in Forest College, we had an excellent instructor in botany and zoology, wildlife sciences. I was very much motivated. I wanted to work for the wildlife for the rest of my life. So that was my first destination, change of my destination. Second destination is when I opted for the wildlife management, and there also my destination. And when I opted for zoo management, again, I was further seasoned. So first destination is a fundamental training, specialization. That's a general specialization. Second training, specialization. Third training is a super specialization. This is the fourth training, super specialization. Like that, whenever I used to get an opportunity, I have joined multiple specializations of the subjects. So that had really helped me in resolving some of the pertinent issues of the management, wildlife management. So I had the NGO, working for NGOs. When I was in Vizag Zoological Park, I used to help many environmental colleges for the NGO groups. I used to conduct environmental classes. I was very much impressed with the people are very much happy with my kind of teaching to these people. So I had become an advisor to most of these students. So when I joined this training, it is mostly an NGO kind of training, kind of understanding the solutions with human touch, which was not our subject. We have never been taught in our forestry, wildlife, and all these kind of things. So that time India is facing severe human man-animal conflicts. To address these conflicts, especially in problematic areas like Nagarjuna Sagar Srisailam Tiger Reserve, where the Naxals are there, and they did not allow the police and forest to go inside the forest, promoting for the felling of the trees and killing of the animals. So because they are after that, I found that because they did not have a good awareness of the environment, they promoted felling of the trees, killing of the animals, and none of the forest officers dare enough to go into the forest. All the senior officers used to be in the headquarters. All the junior officers who are posted are not the committed officers. They are mostly punished officers. They are posted. They are not disinterested. Further accentuated the issues. That was the kind of thing. Even the head of the officer who was supposed to be in the jungles, he never used to be there. Quite often he used to go to the Hyderabad or this thing because he is not protected. He is not protected. At any moment, these people may kidnap him or may punish him. The officers were very much suffered, and these people used to take as a hostages and badly beaten by lower staff on the knees and all that, and he used to insult before the public in the forest, and people lost the morale. And the department did not have the clues as to how these issues could be approached. And Government of India, they had clues as to how such kind of issues could be solved by training, a specialized training to the officers working in such similar institutions. So they exposed some NGO kind of training, and they took us different kinds of places, different areas where best practices are taking places. So we were trained for 3 months, 100 days. We were exposed to different kinds of situations, but not to the Naxal prone areas. Okay, it was not that. But that training has given me, strengthened me a kind of, common sense tools, human touch tools, like that. I was equipped with a kind of knowledge. And I came back, given my joining report, and situation is very bad. And Naxals planted landmines all through the forest roads and all these things. Police was not there enough to go. They were instructed not to go into the forest. And who will protect us? And one of my range officers was shot dead at point blank, and most of our was beaten. Because they were beaten, they were accused for corruption charges and all these things. They accused. People used to complain. Though some people are very good, but they did not allow people to fell the forest. People started giving false reports against some people. So, believing those reports, that people used to take our staff, these things were happening. So, nobody knows about the root cause of the problem, and nobody knows the solution as to how it should be solved and all these things. So, that time I was posted. I too was not knowing as to how I should solve it. But every day in the newspapers I was reading that the Naxals were telling that, okay, nobody should stop, no officer should stop the felling of the trees. After all, when your government is not feeding the people, so it is their privilege. Those who are living in the forest, they have a right to fell the trees, kill the animals, dangerous animals. They have the right. They used to say that. I'm a strong conservationist, attended many conservation classes for the people and all these things. Believed is a true conservation, these things. My blood was boiling, but I cannot meet them. I cannot educate them directly. I was waiting for an opportunity. I was praying to God, give me opportunity to educate these people and convince the people. And I was waiting for the opportunity. And for 1 full month, I did not go to bed. I do not know. I was working in the daytime. I was thinking in the nights as to how I should approach the problem. But look at the nature. I was linked to the universe, and I was gaining energy only. Despite my sleepless nights for a whole month, I was still energetic. It is not because of my physique. It is because of the divine energy. It's only because of divine energy I could be able to survive. While eating, while doing work, I was just thinking as to how I should solve this conflicts. I was thinking. So, while doing so, daytime, I started going for reconnaissance survey. That is the first point we were taught do the reconnaissance survey of our jurisdiction to get acquaintance and get to know the people and introduce to the people who are living there in these villages. So I started going around the jungles, through the jungles, to all the villages. My first village was in the combined state of Andhra Pradesh. That was the Mahabubnagar district, drought-prone area, and a village on the foothills of the jungles, forests, and also hills. And within in the jungle itself, we went on the top of the mountain, and we were tired. Whatever water we carried, exhausted. We were almost tired, and almost we are about to fail. Suddenly, one of my junior officers, he told us, "Sir, very close by there is a village. Let us go for it." I am getting phone call. Can I get message? Can someone?
Yes, sir.
Can someone contact him? Or can I talk to him?
Yes, sir. You can mute your mic.
Yeah. Hello? Thank you. I was asked to allow the participants for the question and answer sections.
After you conclude, we can invite, sir.
Okay.
Because we don't want to interrupt your flow.
Sorry. So went round, and we went to the village, and by the time we reached there, we almost fainted, and people have just sprinkled water on us, and after some time they gave us something to eat and got energy, and we asked them, interviewed them, any problem they have. So this is the problem. What you have sprinkled on your face, what you have given for drinking, this is the problem. Though we are very close to the jungles and all this, we don't have the water. If someone can give the water, I think that is a big enough. We don't need to give anything. So I'm cutting short of my thing. Again, it takes another one full day. Lots of things have been done. As I have been able to convince the Naxals and all these things. I give a summary of it, so that, because I must allow other speakers also to speak. So, and if I can get a slot of any other time, I can speak of the other things. So then I worked for what are the root causes of this problem, why they are not getting. I went through the villages, along with the villages, and I saw that some of this water naturally that was flowing into the lakes and all these things got disrupted, got damaged, and water is going into the valleys and not filling the tanks and lakes in the cascading tanks in the villages. So I worked with the villages and got all these canals restored back. Water flowed into the cascading tanks. Once the one tank is filled, the surplus water goes down to the other tanks, and about 100 tanks got filled. And because of that, 10 years they did not have the agricultural crops. So they represented the ministers, members of parliament, MLAs and all these things, but nobody had got the clue. Unless the officers go into the inventorizing the problems of the people, will not get the clues. I did micro planning in the villages and got their issues inventorized and developed a management plan for those people. And meanwhile, the World Bank was ready with the funding, and they are very much appreciated the kind of management plan I written. And whatever amount I asked for, about 7.5 crores, they sanctioned about 13 crores. They sanctioned about 13 crores only. Immediately, I started implementing the kind of development they wanted in the villages. 200 villages simultaneously got educated NGOs in the respective villages. They also, by using their knowledge, their implementation, developed a cadre of thousands of people from the villages, a big cadre. I also developed a Mahila Vikas Bank. India is supposed to get a Nobel Prize for this kind of work, Mahila Bank. When the Nurul Hassan from Bangladesh got that because of the Mahila banks and all these things, but because of some treacherous officers spoiling this thing, the India could not get this Nobel Prize. Okay, no regrets for that. That's how. So the message gone to the Naxals, and they were very much pleased for the kind of implementation done by the government on behalf of the government. The department has done all these things, and they allowed us. They sent messages to different people that forest people can enter into the forest without any fear, and all these things they allowed, and we could able to do. And I have the reports of those messages and all this in the newspapers. We got it from the newspapers, and excellent work has been done, for which I was honored by the government of India and different agencies. 10 national awards. I was the only person in the government of India to having been received 10 national awards, 1 Prime Minister award, 1 the Presidential award, and Bharati Vikas, as it was read in the beginning of my profile and all these things. So that's how I am very much thankful to my department, Forest Department, for keeping me there for 18 long years. We are supposed to be transferred every 3rd year. Okay, but that is not. I am also grateful to my government of Andhra Pradesh for keeping me for such a long time, because solving conservation issues, not a 1-day job or 1 month job or 1 or 2 years job. It needs to be studied very much. So I could able to get, I studied and got the clues, and I have narrated so far only small part of my first part. I have just entered the only 10% of my second part. Okay, again, more than 90%, about 10%, 90% of my rest of my work has not been. I could not able to talk to you today because of the past time. I'm very much thankful to you all for your patient hearing, not interrupting me anyway, though I advised you all these things. Now the session is open for question answer sessions.
Thank you, sir. In fact, we never looked at the clock while we were listening to you.
So also me.
You can take a 5-minute break, sir. And
no problem. I can answer. Okay. But if they want to break, they can take.
So, dear friends, today we got a wonderful opportunity to listen to such a great peers person who is available with us, who has shared, extensively his experience working with wildlife. This is a great opportunity for all of us. So we thank Dr. Tulsi Rao Garu for the wonderful session. And
Pardon?
Yeah. So I think it accidentally got unmuted. So we now open the session for any queries if you have, because I also have few queries. So first we'll give opportunity for the participants, then I will pose my queries. Yeah, now the platform. Yeah.
Ravindra Garu, Jay Chandra here.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
No. I just before audience raised their questions and all, we have a guest who was very happy about this today's program on forest and wildlife management by our Tulsi Rao Garu. So Sri T. Vijay Kumar Garu, who is an IAS officer and recently retired from his service. So I requested him to just wish this program, maybe a few words from him. So then we can kindly take up these questions and answer sessions. Right? So now I request our Vijay Kumar Garu to just wish this program.
Yeah, we welcome you, Vijay Kumar Garu, with the permission from Dr. Tulsi Rao Garu. We take a few moments for your address. Thank you, sir.
Hello, good evening, everybody. Hi, this is Vijay. I just superannuated 3 days ago from Telangana service. I was Special Secretary in the Social Welfare Department. Tulsi Rao Garu, my hearty congratulations for a very enlightening lecture that you have given. Your experience in wildlife, forestry and all would be very useful to the society. And Dr. Jay Chandra is a very good friend of mine. We have been environment enthusiasts from a very young age. And now that we are free, I am free. I assured him that I will associate myself with this kind of programs and Pure Foundation. I'll not take much time because we have a Q&A session. Wishing you very best for your Q&A and hoping to see you all sometime again in the near future. Thank you so much.
Namaste and thank you very much, sir. I heard of you, sir, when you were in service. I was also when I was in service.
Yeah.
I never had an opportunity to meet you, sir.
We'll meet now. We'll meet now.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ravindra Garu. So please go ahead with the question and answer session. So, okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vijay Kumar Garu, for joining us and sharing your message. We look forward to hear from you, also learn from you. Thank you once again. Yeah, so now the forum is open for queries. If any one of you have any queries, you can raise your hand or you can unmute yourself or you can use the chat box to share your queries. Yeah, Dr. Arunachalam, you can unmute yourself.
Good morning, good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Actually, how to safe to handle the even forest area is dangerous to move with animals and everything. How to handle this situation? For example, cobra will come. We are afraid to move in that area. Even zoo only we can see in these animals and everything. Crocodile and everything, even Gindi Park I saw in Chennai. How to handle this situation? How to take the risk in your life?
It's a very good question. Many people ask the same question every time. Very good question. See, one thing, during my career of 40 years in the jungles, and I never had a problem with the animals. I had the problem with the man. Man management was very much difficult than the animal management. And the second thing is, the greatest thing of the animals, they respect the humans, whereas humans, they don't. You know how they respect. I have a close encounters with the tigers at 10 feet distance, but they never harm me. Not only me, even my staff. We used to walk in the forest in the tiger reserve without any arms and ammunition, because we have the confidence that animals normally, naturally, normally, they do not, especially the tigers or the panthers, they do not harm human beings unless they are provoked or unless they are pushed to the corners. That's a great advantage. Then you may ask us, they even attack much bigger size of human beings, animals. So much weight in weight. Each bison weighs more than 200 kgs plus they attack. But hardly we are average 60 kgs only. But they don't. They respect bipedal animals like us. Biped means two-legged animals. That is the nature's gift to the human beings. If it were to be the cruelty of the animals, no tribal would have lived in the forest. No forest officer would work in the forest department. It is the courtesy of the animals. It is not the courtesy of anybody else. So we all enjoyed the courtesies of the animals. Actually, that was the thing. So even the snakes, they do not try to bite us if they have the enough chance to escape it. All the animals, they try to escape it, and they should have the plenty of choice. And handling is the skill. You need to know the psychology of the animal. You need to know the behavior of the animal, behavioral patterns of the animal. You need to know the eating habits of the animal for your survival. I'm taking you. If you interrupt while the animals are eating, even a docile handed animal will also attack us. Even the dog also attack us. Okay. So you need to develop some kind of skills. Handling. In the beginning, I was never known skill to handle snakes. But the kind of confidence during the trainings we got it, I always admire the armed forces. They work for the country. They sacrifice their life without minding for the life in endangerment. Okay. So and police, they're working hard. Many police people are killed. And even revolutionary people, they're killing themselves. Okay. So when comparing with those people, and it is not a big difficult if you are a committed, a sincere man working in the field. Really, we never had that kind of problem for the risk of life. But I have taken the risk of life as an adventure while working in the zoological park. Still, many other adventures I could not able to narrate because of the passage of time. If I get a chance of again some time or other, I will definitely narrate all these things. And the skills also tell you, we could able to capture and translocate 6,000 black buck. You know the black buck for which the Salman Khan was sentenced. Okay, that is the Harina Jinka, Krishna Jinka. Okay, so I could able to translocate with the help of my other counterparts and all, 6,000 black buck, first of its kind, first report of the world. Translation is such a mass translocation in the world record. Using its behavior as a tool. I could able to capture an elephant, wild elephant calf, using triggering communication between wild elephant and the domestic elephant, like that. So unless you know the psychology of the animal and the behavior pattern, I think I don't advise you people to directly counter with the animals. Okay. So for which I would like to start that kind of training to the people. If any organization come forward, agency, I think I want to give my knowledge, entire knowledge to the next generation people, because the knowledge acquired by me is not possible for any other people, because one thing is not because of my my talent, it is because of the what should I say, daya, we call it as compassion, not compassion, because of the government keeping me there in the problematic issues, I could able to study and give the solutions. So that has enriched my knowledge, but no other officer will be given, I don't think, no other officer will be given sufficient time to understand and educate and work for further. That is the thing. Thank you.
Thank you,
Are you
sir.
satisfied?
Thank you. Nice. You are brave and work in this area. Share some of the PPTs in the YouTube. We have relaxedly see with our family members. Thank you.
I have another answer also.
PPTs, YouTube also. You share your videos and your how to handle the animals, forest areas. That is useful to share with my students also. Thank you.
I don't know, but I think you can put it in the YouTube.
Yes.
Has it been recorded?
Yes, sir.
Not
It's live on YouTube. We have already shared the YouTube link, and it's also available on the YouTube. I will again share the present live recording.
Okay. But National Geographic channel I saw sometimes before 10 years back. That's sometimes even children also very like to see in that area. You can also share the videos. They are also very happy to see in this area, because instead of going to zoo and visit the animals, how to handle the snakes, dogs, like that area, what are the first aid to be done, this type of YouTube very help to others, family members also. Thanks a lot for your speaking. And your path is different. You are studying physics, chemistry, math, and enter in this area. Nicely working based on your courage and looking nice in this area. Your confidence level is very good based on my view. Thank you so much for my.
Thank you. Any other question?
Thank you, Dr. Arunachalam. Any other participants would like to share your observation? You can unmute yourself or raise your hand. Yeah, Kaur, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to ask the question. I would say thanks to
Can you speak loudly? I'm unable to hear you. Can you speak loudly?
Sure. I congratulate you. I congratulate for your all wonderful discussion. I learned a lot from you, sir. You did all very well with great heart. You are so brave, sir. I fear from snakes actually. I have one question, sir. What is the basic step and remedy in case of snake bite?
Can someone?
In case of the snake bite, what basic step we can take?
Pardon? Can someone tell the question on her behalf?
How can we avoid snake bites?
Oh.
Snake bite management, sir.
Yeah. Good thing. First of all, you must get to know about in which habitat the snakes are there. Suppose if you are in urban areas, because most of us live in the urban areas.
Yes, sir.
Urban area, snakes normally they look for their prey species. Prey means animals to be eaten. Rats are the prey, the preferred prey. Rats. So wherever our leftovers are thrown out in a dumping places, and for eating that dumping litter, the rats will come there. In pursuit of rats, snakes also move there. Okay, so that's how you will be encountered with the snakes. Therefore, we must keep clean. Our area surroundings should be kept clean. This thing, and we should not pile up the things, the unwanted things. We should remove it first. Those are the areas where the snakes they hide themselves. So remove that kind of things. Allow good ventilation. So there shall not be any dark places. And if you have that kind of things, you can avoid it. But in villages where the trees are there also remove all the leaf litters and all these things nearby. That's how in the villages, every morning, they remove the litter from the front yards and backyards and spray the dung and make that muggu. People do that. That also avoid the snakes coming inside. Okay. Any other question?
Is there any remedies we can use in
Hello?
any emergency?
So why is relocation of animals done when climatic conditions are different from region to region? Yes, it's another very good question. See, relocation should be done, relocation of animals should be done to the places where there is a history of existence of the same animal in that place. While relocating 6,000 black buck, we made the environmental impact assessment of that habitat, whether that habitat could able to accommodate these animals, give good fodder, forest and food materials, good some shelter from the predators and all these things. So we study for that first. That's another big study, very big study. And basing on that, we rank them, have habitat preferences and all that. Then only will allow, the ministry allow for the translocation. Translocation is not a job, easy job. Lot of scientific study has to be done. Lot of parameters we have to study, which is a actually multi-specialty subject. Hello, and some relocations will be taking snakes and all these things. How long, how fast and where you will take these animals? Very close by areas, wherever jungles are there, you can capture and release in the jungles. Okay, all Hyderabadi snakes are released in the Nagarjuna Sagar Srisailam Tiger Reserve. We used to organize these things. One of our cine actors, Guppadanta Mansu, Kiran is a good snake catcher. He used to bring snakes captured in Hyderabad city and release in our tiger reserve.
Sir Tulsirao Garu,
Yeah.
continuation to that, I heard from this the Kerala people, in the particularly in the houses built in near forest, because most of the Kerala state is a forest area, and I heard from them this garlic diluted with water, sprinkling this one around the house areas and all. They believe it. How far it is correct? Is there any scientific?
It is not belief. There is a scientific background.
Yeah, that's what.
These are all reptile repellents.
Okay.
Okay. So repellent naturally avoid.
No, because the question asked by woman, that lady, at least some remedy, something that suppose we built a house in some agriculture area, maybe a rural area, so no houses are nearby.
What you can do necessarily, you can say, suppose if that area is a snake infested area, you can all around your house, you can make a small ditch, wide ditch, snake trench. Snakes, they cannot crawl wider areas from one plateau to other plateau.
Okay.
You can make a snake pits.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Maybe any other remedies are there? House
Yeah,
house-made remedies you
there
can
are.
advise. See, people particularly living in some rural environment, they generally come across this issue. So
Yeah.
either villagers or in the rural rural areas around the cities, they also commonly face this.
Yeah,
So we should not kill them. At the same time, we should take care of any other alternative tips also there. Maybe you can advise.
Yes.
It will be very useful information to these participants.
Sure.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes, this is another very good question. Okay. See, cheetahs, once upon a time, we had cheetahs, hunting leopards, we call them as hunting leopards or cheetahs. Cheetahs are there. These are, and we had Asiatic cheetahs. Those cheetahs brought from Kuno, for the Kuno, they're the African cheetahs. Okay. What happens when you are translocating animals from one place to other place? As I told you, for translocation, we must study. Good research study should be there. Say there are people, some institutions are there making some shallow studies and giving some kind of reports. Basing on the reports, the government cannot. Maybe institution may have some kind of reputation, but the people who are working in the institution, how far their studies can be reliable, that we must think that. Unless the scientists are, very practical and honest enough to the core of true science, and if they give the reports, I think they are most scientific. And if you give the shallow reports and if we accept it, and without studying all these things, definitely this kind of things will happen. First. Second thing is, while translocating for longer distances, animals are subjected for the prolonged stress. So unless you take steps for removal of the stress, as I told you in the beginning, when I was working that lion cub, second littering, I told you that we worked out to remove all kinds of stresses. So it means that's again, one should possess great knowledge of the animal behavior. So you cannot translocate continuously such a long distance. Of course, we have translocated from far off distance by aeroplanes. But how much time it has taken? It should be made settled for some time in a very amicable environment, habitat, first of all. We must make the animal adapt to the circumstances, adapt to that particular kind of habitat. Have they been done it? I don't think so. So create or simulate such kind of conditions first to make the animal familiar to that habitat before you leaving it for hunting. Okay, there needs to be artificially fed and all these kind of things there. And third one is they also translocated the pregnant animals, I think so, just conceived. And we are not, as per the global norms, no pregnant animal should be captured or translocated. No female animals or no cubs should be translocated. There are very good norms are given by the world the rules, but have they really followed it? I don't think so. When I was translocating our animals, 6,000 animals at a time with less than 1% mortality. That to 1% mortality because we have involved local farmers for capturing. Had it been done by me alone, I don't think so. That 1% of mortality will not be allowed. Because our studies, such an in-depth study, we made it before we release it. So that kind of thing is, I think, it was lacking. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other question?
Thank you, Kaur.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else have any queries? Feel free to share.
You are free to ask any question, even of the session, any day, any time, round the clock. Even
Thank you.
nights also. No problem.
Thank you, sir. You are kind enough to extend your support.
Thank you.
You have shared wonderful insights on all these aspects of conservation, sir. So can you, I mean, if I don't know, I don't want to trouble you also. Can you share the present status of, conservation, especially in medical terms? As you rightly pointed out, even I face similar issues with the present veterinary education. The veterinary doctors, especially even in the community also, they don't know other treating other animals, say even turtle also for that matter, turtles and other animals which are not so popular are kept as pets. Sometimes we see certain animals coming into communities and we rescue them, and when we try to give treatment, we are not able to get medical support from our established veterinary clinics or that. So they are also unaware of that. And again, as you rightly said, we need to approach some zoological park or where we can get guidance. 1-2 personal cases also, I contacted my friends in US. I could contact some zoological parks establishments there, and I got few support earlier. So now, as you have been sharing, can we know what is the present status? Has it improved or it is still the same?
Yeah. Some veterinarians are trained in wildlife process. Here in Hyderabad, we have one Dr. Naveen Kumar. He was well trained in handling big animals like elephants with tranquilizing and capturing of these animals. There are a couple of people are there in our country from Tamil Nadu, Kerala. Dr. Charan and other people are there, and only few people are trained in wildlife biology. I request from this platform, the government, to give training facility for the veterinarians. At least they introduce in their curriculum wildlife management training, or send them from time to time all veterinarians for this kind of training. Once you enter into the training, and there is special training curriculums are there in Wildlife Institute of India. There are veterinarians, yes, they are trained, but it's not sufficient. Not sufficient. I think our veterinary college should have that policy. Government should have the policy to induct more number of veterinarians for wildlife training also, and come back again, work with the domestic animals, and you will definitely get lots of clothes once you are exposed to this kind of trainings. And a kind of classes like this. And now I'm drafting my autobiography because lots of things to share with the next generation people. May not be possible for many people to acquire this kind of knowledge because of lack of opportunities. And I'm drafting all these things. There are a good number of publications are there. Mine, one book I recently drafted, I told you, the Eastern Ghats book, and also I've drafted many management plans. An excellent management plan for coastal areas are drafted for Coringa, Marshall lands, and all these things. And I think shortly I'll bring them for the public access and all these things through Amazon. I think I'll definitely. I think if some institution will tie up, I will transfer my knowledge, and I'll be visiting a professor for the institutions to transfer my knowledge and also coordinate other institutions to impart knowledge and outreach its knowledge to at their doorsteps of the institutes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And this is very much required because
Yes.
we also, I personally am very much close to nature and this animal life.
Great. Can I know your background?
I am a multidisciplinary professional, sir. I'm from health sciences, IT background. I'm a lifelong learner, so keep learning. So I also had a few courses in animal welfare also. So
Great, great.
we work with the various NGOs. I'm also a social worker, professional social worker.
Great.
And a psychologist, a journalist.
Great,
Things are there. But a simple, humble person, always, trying to do something in whatever capacity I can. So we also face a lot of issues, especially with these animals,
Yeah.
where it's very difficult for us to rescue and treat animals. And whenever there is a need, of course, like-minded people are there who are coming forward and extending their hands. But we are very much interested also to learn more about this mitigation. And as you rightly pointed out, is a human-animal conflict. A lot of wild animals are getting killed on roads, especially we see on the tracks. But though considerate efforts are being taken up by the wildlife and other government agencies, but still we need to consider, and maybe we can use technology to avoid such accidents. So there are a lot of things, sir, we can learn, especially I think you can train animal welfare activists or animal activists at least, so that we all can take it forward. Sure. Definitely, this platform has a lot of opportunities, and if you can extend your valuable time and resources, coming days, we will organize a training program for animal welfare activists, so that they can be empowered with your knowledge. So, anyone else would like to ask? You can quickly share.
Someone has asked me my contact. If anybody is interested, can take down my number or can get from the.
You can share in chat box, sir, or you can announce also, no problem.
8500 782528 8500 782528. My mail ID, doctor, that is Dr. K for Karnul, Dr. Tulsi, THULSI, Tulsi, RAO, @Google.com.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your contact as well as email ID. And most of the.
So I heard from your mouth about man-animal conflict and road kills. Lot of work I have done in that fields, and also with community social work, sociology. See, I have about specialized in 53 subjects, like you. So
that's a great resource for the nation. Maybe God has, when the time comes, like-minded, we meet together and we can take ahead, sir. Like we are also, we all together, Dr. Jayachandra, and all we are working toward. But now only we started slowly opening up. We started inviting our like-minded. on this platform. So in coming days, we are planning so many programs, sir. We can make use this opportunity, and we can utilize this opportunity where you can train more youngsters, young generations, as well as our actors. So I think there are no further queries.
I'm also thankful to Dr. Jayachandra for introducing with the kind of people like you all. I'm giving you my mail ID. Okay, this is my mail ID. Okay. DRK, Dr. K. Tulsi Rao @gmail.com.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity for addressing you all, you and the members of these participants very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, once again. On behalf of Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute, Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing, and also on behalf of all the collaborators, Curate Foundation and Global Sustainable Forum for Rural Development, and all the collaborators, all the participants and presenters for the day. We wish you all the success, and we look forward for more sessions in the future. It was a very enlightening session, sharing your life experiences, and you covered me various case studies, especially on tiger, lions, and tortoise, elephants, crocodile, king cobras, and whatnot. You have almost gained so much experience, and you truly inspired each one of us, and it has been a great privilege. I think today we are very fortunate with the blessings of Almighty, and also with your blessings and grace. We have got enlightened with the enormous knowledge, and we look forward for more sessions from you, sir. We wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, one and all. Thank you.
Friends, we request everyone to quickly fill up the feedback form. After this feedback form, we'll have one or two presentations. Then we'll conclude for the day. We request everyone to quickly fill up the feedback form. It is mandatory for everyone. Feedback form has been raised in the form of polls. You can see a window, polls and quizzes, title feedback for session 2. We request everyone to quickly fill up the feedback form. It's not in chat box, it's in the form of polls. Those who cannot see, you can access it also from the menu if you have accidentally closed, especially there is a problem. with the touch screens. If you are not active on the Zoom app, or if you are engaged in any activity on the mobile, it gets sometimes closed. Otherwise, you need to slide up or down or sideways, either right or left, to access this whole window based on your device and version of operating system. You can try that. Otherwise, you can quickly log off and log in immediately with the same link, and you can fill the feedback. Otherwise, you can update your Zoom app to the latest version, and you can fill the feedback form. It is there for another 5 minutes. So you can quickly use any of these methods and try. Last option is logging off and logging in. Otherwise, you can update. And those who are joining from web browsers, certain plugins or add-ons might prevent you from accessing. We always suggest you to download Zoom app in your mobile or laptops or systems and attend from Zoom app, because the functionality is very much limited in browsers. We request everyone quickly to attend to feedback form. And those who have not registered, we request everyone to register only once. Only if you need to change your details, you can fill it again. Or those who have registered as participant, if they want to present, they can register again and select both participant and presenter. So only in case of any changes required, you can register again. Otherwise, for all the 8 days, the registration is valid. Once if you register, it is valid for all the 8 days. Those who are not able to access, you can log off and log in or use any of these steps or suggestions. And we request everyone to read the instructions before attending, because 99.99% of the queries are answered on the website. We see 99.99% of the queries are arise due to non-reading of or not going through the instructions on the website. So all the instructions are available regarding certificate, regarding registration. Everything is available on the website. So we have found that 99.99% of the queries are because they are not reading the mail completely. Even we are sending emails also with all the information. And every information, all the information has been updated on the website also. Take time. And those who are not following, we have seen, because we are regularly organizing. Those who are following instructions, they are comfortably enjoying this sessions and they are also getting certificates regularly. But for those who are not following the instructions, they are having difficulty. So we request everyone to we request everyone to follow the instructions of the organization as mentioned on the registration form and also on the website. We are closing the feedback form. Those who haven't yet filled, quickly fill up the feedback form and submit. So today we have two presentations. See, basically this conference we have dedicated only for the senior most eminent professionals to share. So the maximum time is allotted only for those. So the number of presentations will be less because, these are all only bookish knowledge, whatever mostly paper presentations are presented. That can be read from any books and this thing. But the real experience of, working on the field is entirely different from what we acquire from bookish knowledge. So that's why most of the time is allotted for the presenters who are very senior, those who have decades of experience, minimum 4 to 5 decades of experience, so that we can learn. We will not get an opportunity like this. So do we have with us Ganiyat or Sarifat or Abdul Aziz, Kafir? Anyone from Nigeria? You can raise your hand. Okay. So next we have Karthik S. and Nityashri.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I'll upload.
See, once again, we request everyone to follow the presentation guidelines, without which certificates will not be issued. Even after you make presentation, because everything we have mentioned it clearly on the website, and by not following the instructions, you will not be eligible for any certificates. So it is your responsibility, those whoever is attending and participating and presenting, to follow the rules and regulations, instructions strictly. That will help us to organize and document and also issue certificates in a timely manner. Yeah, Karthik, are you there? Yeah, Karthik, you can unmute yourself, start your video. You can introduce yourself
Yes,
along
sir.
with your topic.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And there is one more presentation after this by Sarifat from Nigeria, Oyo State. Are you available in the meeting? You can raise your hand.
Hello, sir.
Have you gone through the instructions on presentation guidelines?
Yes, sir. This camera, where to switch on? Sir, that mode of the camera to switch on, which is not obtaining, sir.
You can just enable the start video. You can click on start video.
Yes, sir. Sir, now can you able to see me, sir?
Yeah, yes. Now you can
Okay, sir.
continue. You can introduce yourself.
Thank you, sir. So good evening to one and all. So myself Karthik. So I am assistant professor from Acharya Institute of Technology, which comes under Bangalore. So me and myself, the other person, is Nityashri from Dr. Ambedkar Institute of Technology. So she is from the Bangalore itself, but in EC background. So both together, which we are doing a survey with respect to the our paper. So that is on the base of the power utilization. So with respect to that power utilization, which we are looking furthermore based on the inverters and how we can able to have a control the power, and that control power where we could able to utilize with respect to the our the farmers or towards the rural areas. So in our rural areas, which we so let's move to the next slide. So with respect to that, the contents which I could able to discuss, that is the introduction, objective, literature survey, block diagram, explanation of the block diagram, hardware and the software components, and at the last, advantages, application, and with respect to that, the conclusions and the references which we are surveying furthermore to have the extension with
Your voice is not clear, ma. It's breaking.
here my project is with respect to the fouling. So with respect to that, which the farmers can able to save is the labor charges, which he couldn't able to afford it. So with respect to that, which instead of going for the machinery, that is the diesel engine or the petrol engine, so with respect to that, which he need to pay a more amount which he need to invest it. So that to overcome, which by through on the basis of the solar, which we could able since nowadays, which we could able to see that the renewable energies. So usually when we talk about the renewable energies which we could able to see that is wind energy, solar energy, and the tidal energy. So the tidal energy, that is which will be always towards the tides, nearer toward the oceans and the sea, which we couldn't able to obtain and transmission. But the wind energy and the solar energy which the farmers can able to apply. So with respect to that wind energy and the solar energy, the problems which we could able to face it, that is after obtaining the power generation from the wind energy and the solar energy, how this power which we could able to have passed towards the distribution side, or the same generated energy, if the farmer required to be utilized, so that utilization, what are the powers, how to have an quality with respect to that power which we could able to manage and obtain the proper operation. So for that cases, we are going towards our the model. So that was the idea which we have used. So with respect to our model, which we are having an controller. So with respect to this controller, which it itself managed by its own, where it can able to control the operation as well as the differences with respect to the voltage power. So next is our objectives. So in our objectives, which will be looking through it, that is our system is designed to measure the voltage, current, temperature, and light intensity of an energy incident on it, to measure the solar power and its parameter, and to develop a sun tracker solar, and to reduce a dependency on the regular fuel inputs, to increase the productivity of the farmers, and to reduce the time consumption, to make it cost effective for the farmers, to reduce the physical labor involved in the holding. So these are the objectives which we are looking it up. So why we are looking towards these are the objective, because since in our design which we are considering the renewable energy as the solar, so we could able to see that the solar energy which will be very high, which it can able to produce more power only during the daytime. So that is at the afternoon session which we could able to see that the solar energy can able to produce it. But the same solar energy throughout the day which we couldn't able to of the same level of the voltage, we can able to the power rating with respect to the current, voltage, and temperature which we are having an control. So that power which will be doing in this. And the next one is to measure the solar power and its parameter. So solar power, when we are speaking about the solar power, so here we can able to tell that the solar also can able to produces the transient responses. So transient responses in the sense there is a sudden increase with respect to my voltage parameter or the current parameter, or with respect to the frequency. So due to the operations with respect to in this case, where we can able to find and variations with respect to the solar. So that parameters which we need to analyze based on which kind of a solar panel, which panels in which way which we need to be placed, so that we could able to develop by having an sun tracker solar. So by having the sun tracker solar, to increase the light intensity and to maintain the same constant voltage, we are going for the sun tracker solar. So that is our third objective. And the to reduce the dependency on the regular fuel inputs, since here we are considering a farmer for poultry. So for that reason we are considering the decreasing with respect to the other fuel consumptions, where he can able to see as the seeding or with respect to the waste, which we are going to increase the productivity, which it can automatically can able to manage it up. So that is the other one. Then the last third one is to reduce the time consumption, since the time consumption also which we can able to make it up bit more fasterly and can able to complete it within 2 days or within a day. So to make it cost effective for our farmers and to reduce the physical labor involved in foraging. So these are the objectives which we try to implement in our project. So the literature survey, so with respect to the literature survey which we have been surveyed, so there the first literature survey by the Chetan Singh Solanki, which we could able to tell that the solar voltaic cell which they have been used. So with respect to the solar voltaic cell which they have been applied for the technology and the applications with respect to the solar voltaics. So based on the solar voltaics, which we could able to consider the quantum of energy. So that quantum of the energy that we could able to generate it on the basis of my sun. So that is the solar energy. So with respect to in this case, he has been developed a technology with respect to the high rating of my solar, which I could able to generate it up. So that was with respect to my first literature survey, and the second literature survey which I could able to see that the automatic solar tracking system, so that is from the Mayank Kumar, which I could able to obtain. So the solar automatically, which whenever we apply with respect to that operation, which we can able to track the solar as the light intensity which we as from east to west, the sun which will be getting rotation. So based on that, which the solar track also will be with respect to the same inclined angle. So with respect to in that way, which we could able to have a study with respect to the automatic solar tracking system. And in my third one, that is optical performance of the horizontal sync axis tracker solar panels. So this axis tracker, which still more better compared to the automatic solar tracking system. So with respect to that axis tracker, which speak about the azimuth angle and also with respect to my inclined angle, that is the solar inclined angle. So with respect to that inclined angle, where we could able to focus my solar intensity with respect to a particular point. So in this way, so the other literature survey which have been referred, the other three more literature survey which we could able to find. So there the different controllers which they have been adopted with respect to the different input parameter. So these are the literature survey where the applications is based also which they have been changed. So based on the soil filtering, fabrication process, where which we require for the heat intensity to be increased. So there and all which they have been adopted. So based on these literature survey, some of the technologies which we have been taken it together and we have trying to adopt with respect to the solar tracking system. So with respect to that, which that is my panel, and with respect to the solar panel, which we could able to have my voltage parameter, which we could able to have my voltage LRD sensor, the temperature sensor. So with respect to these all the four sensors which we it sends to that and sends towards the Arduino. So this Arduino will try to control the set of the operation, like what is the voltage parameter, what is the current parameter, what is the operation that is being passed towards my controller. So this controller which senses the data, which whatever the coding which you have been provided, based on that it tries to adopt through the LCD display. So as per this controller, which we could able to only measure the solar parameters. So this solar parameter which we have been used the Sputnik software. So based on the analyzed. So that completely, which we are also adopting the automatic solar tracking system. So with respect to that automatic solar tracking system, we are also calculating the solar parameter. With respect to the solar parameters, we are also determining my angles. So that is my solar angles. So with respect to in this way, which we are trying to adopt by the servo motor. So this servo motor, which I can able to tell that the servo motor will be operated based on what the sun intensity or the inclined angle, that is the inclined angle should be always remaining at 30 degree with respect to my solar parameter, and the azimuth angle should be always with respect to the 90 degree with respect to my sun. So with respect to in that manner, if the inclined angle and the azimuth angle both becomes the 30 degree and the 90 degree, I could able to adopt the high intensity. So that is from my sun. So as per the high intensity which it could able to trap, where I can able to adopt my higher voltage rating and the current rating, where the power quality which the power also increases. So with respect to my power quality, which I can able to find that the power quality in such cases, which I require the voltage level, if it is very high, the current need to be lower, or the current, if it is very high, the voltage need to be lower. So in this way, which we do find in our the power transmissions. So since here we are dealing with respect to the solar parameter for the controller, so where we require a current parameter should be lower and voltage need to be of 24 volts. But in case of the polling, which we could able to see that we require a higher voltage level for the operations instead of the machinery that the vehicle diesel or the petrol which we try to adopt. So instead of that, through the solar which we are adopting it, so with respect to that we require an higher voltage and the higher current rating. So therefore we need to have a power control device through the power electronics devices. So on that basis we are adopting the chart with respect to the solar parameter, where as per that angle parameter, if it is so in this way, through the microcontroller, that is the Arduino which we have been adopted. So with respect to the Arduino, which it could be able to track the sunlight. So there it maintains the constant proportionality of my solar point of the power quality which it could able to obtain. Then LDR, so this LDR which determines that what is the sense of the light, what is the direction of the light, so whether the sun rays and the sunset, in which direction it is happening. So with respect to that set of the direction, it sends which it is acting as an conductivity. So whenever the light is not falling, where the resistance will be very high, due to which it acts as an open circuit. So in solar power, it gets reduced. So therefore we use a battery. So with respect to that battery, we again connect it towards a controller. With respect to that controller, it passes towards my solar. So this solar, which I can able to operate my by using a servo motor, which I can able to tune it up. So I'm also using a stepper motor. So this stepper motor is with respect to the tracking. So that is exactly tuning with respect to my with respect to the inclined and the azimuth angle, that is the with respect to the degree, a small degree variations also which differs my input operations. So therefore to maintain a constant proportionality of my power, which I adopt the servo motor and stepper motor with respect to the my solar. So here the total block diagram which I could able to find. So that is my solar panel which gets connected towards the charge controller. So the charge controller which I can able to have the whatever the variations, that is the transient responses which I could able to find. So that is the current getting increased or the voltage getting increased, or both the parameters getting increased, or any of the parameter getting very low. So in that way, which I need to be adopted. Since the solar panel, whatever which I could able to obtain, that is which will be in the DC again, which need to be converted towards my AC parameter. So that AC converted one, which will be passed towards the battery. So in that control by using an thyristor which we have been designed. So this inverter, that is multi-inverted, multi-vibrate inverter which we have been used. So this multi-inverter levels which we could able to bifurcate. So with respect to the each of the stages of the operation through the thyristor, which the firing angles get switched on. Based on that firing angle, which I can able to have a control with respect to the voltage parameter. So that voltage parameter which can able to make my set of the operation within the rated current or rated voltage as per the battery potential. So that passes towards the battery which charges. So as per that battery, whatever which is being charged, the same battery which is being utilized with respect to the Arduino, where the Arduino has a controller. So this controller controls the operation of my solar tracking system. So with respect to that tracking system and it could able to have a control. So this Arduino tool which makes a motor to be driven as per where we need to do an cold ring. So with respect to that, the DC motor which requires a more higher voltage, which again DC. So in this order, which I can able to adopt the directions to the mode, and also I can able to adopt the operation with respect to my solar tracking system. So based on this, I have a driver controls also, the motor driving control, which takes an feedback with respect to the DC motor. So both together, which I can able to have a completely control. Adopting it. So that is my solar panel. So with respect to my solar panel, which we could and there are three types we able to consider. So here which have been adopted, that is my polycrystalline, monocrystalline, which if I am able to adopt, which I require an higher solar panels. So with respect to that higher solar panels, which for the operation, if I try to adopt, it becomes an heavy weight. So therefore the DC motor the cannot be able to install with respect to the pole ring. So due to which we go for the polycrystalline solar system. So due to which the polycrystalline, which it is bit low weight compared to the mono and also the lower cost. And the thin film, which is very high cost, which the farmers may not able to adopt it. So therefore we have been adopted the polycrystalline solar. So majority of that which the crystalline silicon only which will be utilizing it, which can able to track the solar energy into it. So next the Arduino, that is the Arduino UNO which we have been considered. So it is a microcontroller board based on the ATmega 832 328P which we have been considered. So it is an 14 digital input and output pins, and which we could able to have an 6 analog inputs, and which operates at 16 megahertz quartz crystal. So quartz crystal I could able to adopt an total control. So there with respect to my DC of the charge controller, what which I am adopting it, so same way which I have the other controller with the oscillator of a crystal oscillator which have been provided, where the crystal oscillator which tries to maintain the frequency. So with respect to that maintained frequency of the power, which again we are converting into AC to DC. So Arduino. Next is my DLR, that is my light dependent resistance. So or the photo resistance which I could able to tell. So this photo resistance which whenever the light falls on that, the conductivity which it could able to increase whenever the light which will be not be falling it on that, which as per the silicon material which it acts as an insulator. So the resistance parameter will be high. So with respect to in that way, which it will not be able to have an conductivity. So on this basis, the conductivity to have a process which we could able to sense the light intensity where the solar, which the sunrise or the sunset, with respect to that way, which I could able to sense, and the solar tracker of through the stepper motor and the servo motor, which it could able to operate. So servo motor near actuator, which we could able to have. So since by using the servo motor, where we can able to tell that which I can able to have a precise control. So precise control in the sense whatever the angular with respect to that inclined angle and the azimuth angle which we have been spoken it up. So with respect to in that way, the position which I could able to maintain as a constant. So inclined angle should be maintained 30 degree and my azimuth angle should be maintained 90 degree. So with respect to in that way, which I can able to obtain my solar parameter. So the resistance which have been used, so that is only for the controlling to adopt it. So there the other one also which have been used the resistance to adopt the current parameter to be obtained in control for the stepper motor and the servo motor. And at the last is the LCD, that is liquid crystal display, which to display whatever the parameter, the voltage parameter of the solar. So for that reason, we have used the LCD, which to get to know. Then the voltage sensor. So with respect to the voltage sensor, which it senses the what is the potential of the voltage. So with respect to that potential parameter, where the different levels for the DC motor, which I could able to pass the higher level of the voltage. For the controller, I can able to adopt my 24 voltage with respect to the sensor. So this sensor has the solar tracking also, which we require, the temperature sensor, voltage sensor, and the current sensor. Temperature sensor also, which we need to be analyzed, because the temperature. So if the temperature operation, if the temperature becomes higher, then the operation with respect to the power quality gets decreases. So that is, if in my power quality, which I am speaking about my power factor which is an reactive power. So reactive power, if as the temperature increases, the radioactive effect which I could able to sense it up in my power quality. So due to which the operation based on my voltage and the current, which I can able to obtain more transient responses. So due to which I need to overcome. So therefore we are having my voltage sensor. So similar to that, the current sensor, which also based on my all effect, which I could able to adopt it. Then the last is my DC motor, which the DC motor, which I could able to tell that which gets converted. So from electrical energy into the mechanical energy, which works on my adopted. The higher one, which it could able to withstand with respect to the specific of my output. So just for the prototype, which we have been used 24 volt of the DC motor itself, but for the higher end, when we speak about, we require with respect to that 240 or 230 volt, which we require with respect to the DC motor. And the temperature sensor, which have been already discussed. So that is, if the temperature, if it is within the stable operation, then the power factor, which we need not go for the correction. Otherwise, we require the power factor improvement. So that need to be corrected to have a better power quality. So then comes the motor driving circuit. So here we have used L298 motor driving circuit IC, that is monolithic chip, which used in the motor driver model to control the speed of a DC motor. At the present, the most frequently used motor driver IC as compared to LM298, which we have been adopted. So this motor driving circuit, which is also been adopted in the cars and all, to have electric cars or EV cars with sensors, and it also tells what which we could able to adopt it up. So these are the hardwares which we have been used, which we have find in my block diagram. So in the software, we have used the Proteus software, Proteus design suite, which we have been used, and the Arduino, that is the microcontroller at Mega, which we have been used as a microcontroller. So with respect to the methodology which we have considering that, firstly, which we need to have the solar tracking system. So with respect to the solar tracking system where the sun which is getting rays. So with respect to that side, the solar panel need to be with respect to in that way where it is matching my inclined angle and azimuth angle. So for that to test, so from the Proteus software which we have been designed, so with respect to the design operation which we have been designed the solar through the Atmegal, where we could able to adopt and so the input that is through the sensors which it senses. So what when the LDR which senses and it senses the light intensity as it gets conducted. So the conductivity which makes the conduction which provides the signals towards the microcontroller. So this microcontroller which able to make the and set the angle, that is azimuth and the inclined angle, through the stepper motor and then servo motor. So then after setting it, which we need to measure what is the voltage and the current. So with respect to that sunlight, so that to have a measure, which again we are using the three types of the sensor: current sensor, temperature sensor, and the voltage sensor with respect to my LRD. So here which we could able to see the design operation. So previously which we had only the solar tracking system. So after having my solar tracking system, which again the schematic which we have been consider my solar panel. So this solar panel which as per that which when it is been from the solar tracking system, when which we could able to set the azimuth angle and the inclined angle, which makes the power to be obtained of the higher end. So that to satisfy my power quality. So as per that, which the operations which it able to take place and sensors through the sensors, this voltage, current, and the temperature. So if all these parameters are satisfied, then it could able to allow towards to obtain the charging towards the battery. So as the battery gets charged, I can able to utilize it for my usefulness. So after the battery which I could able to charge, the same solar panel with that coupled to the DC machine, so DC motor. So through that which I can able to operate the direction of a DC motor which it could able to move. So from that the movement of the motor which I can able to have in my farm field where the pulsing which I could able to obtain. So that also which has been adopted and controlled through the program which I could able to make the start and the off operation automatically through my microcontroller. So the LCD panel. So the all the parameters which I could able to measure it and I could able to find it in my LCD panel. So in this way, which I could able to obtain. So after measuring it, which I can able to do the folding with respect to the farmer, whatever as per his design. So in this farm field, which I could able to adopt it, which reduces his labor cost and also which the pollution, and we can able to use the sustainable development based on the renewable energies. So this renewable energy which can able to improvise in the better way as we could able to adopt the still more better control which we are about to adopting it and testing it. So there we are looking with respect to the so that the part which we could able to consider where that will be useful towards the whole thing. So the advantages, the solar power is pollution free and causes no green gases to be eliminated after the installation, reduce the dependence on the foreign oil and the fossil fuels, and the renewable clean power that is available every day of the year, even cloudy days, produces some power. So virtually no maintenance as the solar panel passed over, and creates a job by employing solar panels manufacturer, solar installer, etc., and in turn helps the economy. So use of battery to store extra power for the use at the night time. So applications, there are many things which we could able to find: solar cooker, solar energy for the harness to pump the water in the remote areas, larger solar power plants that collects the heat from the sun, which is subsequently used to produce the steam for the power generation, which we could able to adopt. So similarly, the solar cars, solar tanks, solar buses, and even satellites, which we are using and solar energy for the operation. So there are plenty of the solar energy which we need to be adopted, where instead of these energy which we could able to obtain as an renewably, so which we can able to utilize this energy instead of getting wasted it up. So the conclusion, that is the main aim of our project is to minimize the impact of climate change and the conventional energy. So one such non-conventional energy which is abundantly available in the solar energy, which can use in many applications like solar electricity, solar water heater, solar power vehicle, solar lightning, etc. So these are our conclusion, which the many other ways of the applications which we could able to adopt using solar energy. So at last, these are the reference papers which have been referred. So still more which we are about to improvise and develop our project. So therefore, this is just the application of one set of the prototype through the software of the Propiece. So thanking you all. So is there any questions from anybody? Hello?
Yeah, I don't think there are any queries. Participants, if you have any queries, feel free to ask. I don't think any queries are there. You can conclude it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So thank you one and all, and thank you, sir, for providing me the opportunity to present in the international conference. And myself and Nityashri madam, both together, we would like to thank all the organizer for organizing such events. So through this organizing such kind of events, which we could able to get to know the other technology and the other problems which we are facing it, and also which we could able to get to know about our social requirements also from this event, which I could able to gather it up. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Congratulations for your presentations. We wish you all the success.
Thank you, sir.
Dear friends, the overall feedback form has been raised in the form of polls. We request everyone to quickly fill up the feedback form before you leave the platform. We thank each and everyone for joining us on the second day of 1 week international conference. Keep joining us every day. We have very senior, eminent, qualified guests joining us and sharing their knowledge every day. And those who would like to make presentations, we request everyone to follow the instructions carefully. All the instructions have been provided on the website. We request everyone to take time and read all the instructions before you make the presentation. So thank you everyone for joining us. See you all tomorrow with the same link at the same time, 6 o'clock. Take care. Good night.